Let's see. How's it going, everyone? Brady, I saw you got banned earlier again, as per usual. God damn, my camera filter's all fucked up again. Listening to your lives, that's for Portugal. Ah, thank you. Glad you're enjoying. Then to be part of something. Yeah, we just started. Tap the screen, like it up, share it up. Let's get everyone in here. Not feeling reanimation tonight. If I could listen to the new song. What is with TikTok and the filter on my camera? You thought it was bad if none mods liked what? Dude, why is my camera so fucked? Whatever. Hello, Pierre. Hope everyone you know in Dnipro is okay, Pierre. If a non-mod likes, that makes no sense. How is she supposed to get likes if your mods are the only ones liking? Hello, Mr. Buns. Or Mr. Bones. Fuck. Time to start the stream off with a Red Bull. Hello, Pierre. Oh, wait. Why is it not outlining it? Oh, you can't see that at all. What the hell? Oh, what the fuck? There we go. Let's go to the catalyst. Hit flipping sonar. Can't read the prompt. How about now? Is it better now? You hear Linkin Park? Good. I just didn't feel like in the end tonight. I have pissed off the commies again, everyone. TikTok DMs. Yeah, I saw them. I saw the DM. I've reached out to some friends. We will now. We wait, Pierre. I'll take a shower and come back. Yes, hopefully, Pierre. I had a discussion with my on the FSN live last night. If Russia have any laser guided systems, yeah, they have laser guided systems. Theirs have not been proven to be effective, though. Any thoughts on the ICC warrant issued? Yeah, when reading the verbiage of it, it's a joke, and it's going to be easy for Israel to rebuttal when they because now they've been given the opportunity. They've said, "Hey, Israel, you can now submit your counter evidence." It's going to be very easy to rebuttal. No, they do have precision systems. They're just not that good. Have I tried the pack in the new Pokemon TCG pack? Wait, what? What are you talking about? You're sick today? I'm sorry, Bob. I like this. That's like the stream, everyone. We're at 6,000 likes. Let's get up to 10,000. Get some people in here. Hope we can get some opposition up here. Thank you guys for everyone joining the team as well. Appreciate it. Is about the threats against the Ukrainian parliament building. What you take? Can they even hit it if they want? Yeah, they can definitely hit it. I mean, the air defense around Kyiv isn't perfect. They've got the Patriot system, but no system is perfect. You're always going to be able to get through eventually, or if you throw enough at it. I'm doing fine, Truth Hurts. Accurately, though? Somewhat, yeah. What do I say about the Russian bot and jihadist supporters on X? I have very not nice words for them whenever I am on X. I have stopped giving a fuck and stopped having sympathy and filtering myself on X. Hey, Hammer. Why doesn't America do bots like we do, just not in the same manner? And there's more of a direct intervention method with the United States. Different methodologies and different ideologies behind propaganda. So for those that don't know, last night, Russia decided to use an IRBM with a multiple vehicle reentry method into Ukraine last night. ICBM, but slightly shorter range. To send a message to the Ukrainians. A missile that could have been carrying nukes, but wasn't. Session. Losing the bot in propaganda. Well, Israel's always been awful at propaganda. Israel has always been awful at propaganda. Hands down. What can we do? Counter the misinformation. That's about it. It dropped the decoys though and still put a lot on fire. It still blew up stuff. How's it looking for Ukraine? Well, not good if we just stop supporting them. There is always the possibility that he could drop nukes. You can't just rule it out. You can't just rule it out. You can't just say he will. Either way, you have to play the we don't know game and analyze the situation as it comes, because when you get to the extremes of he either will or he either won't, you very quickly can back yourself into a corner strategically. Where are all the British people that were on History's Live earlier? All the angry British people. If he does, what will the U.S. and NATO do to protect Ukraine? Actually, if he does nuke Ukraine, per the Budapest Memorandum, we will have boots on the ground. At least the United States and England. Let's get 10,000 likes, everyone. Let's get some people in here. Then we'll switch back to doing some Israel stuff in a little bit as well. Israel Chai. How to guarantee that? The Budapest Memorandum, Grim Beaver. Do you think the U.S. will honor the Budapest Memorandum at this point? Well, we already are. Now, whether Trump wants to just throw that out, who knows? I'm hoping he will honor it. If I turn this off. Oh god, it's just my color looks fucked on the screen. Who's winning in the Israel-Gaza war? Is that a real question? Why did Ukraine keep voting against Israel in the United Nations? With regards to what? If I switch to this, is my camera better? Nope. My camera lighting is better, but it's not unfucked. My lighting's still fucked. All right. Yeah, I'm using my PC. We always stream from my PC here. Christopher, my personal thoughts is just it's Putin threatening to try and scare people. Do you know how many continents are there according to Russia? What do you mean by that? Is it a laptop camera, USB camera? It's Logitech C920 Pro. So I don't know what it is, but with TikTok, sometimes when I start it up, the camera just looks like garbage. But with my Streamlabs on my other screen, my camera looks fine. The color's all fine. We were heading towards World War within a few years. I mean, realistically, I think you could classify that the war's already started, but that's besides the point, I guess. She tried to discredit someone's service because he was defending Ukraine. Yeah, she did the same thing with me. That's why I cussed her out and left her live. Hey, we got someone who wants to come up. Pause the music. Boop.
Hello?
Hello. What's up?
How you doing?
Doing okay. What's on your mind?
Lebanon.
Okay, what about Lebanon?
What do you think about it?
You asked me a question. What about Lebanon?
What is your opinion on the conflict?
That Lebanon should have enforced Resolution 1701 and should never have let Hezbollah go down south. They should have been stopping and working with the United Nations to, prevent Hezbollah from operating in the south. What else do you want?
What year did Israel come?
You're bad at trolling.
Meow.
Okay, thanks for playing. All right. Good talk. Look at his bio. I didn't even look at it. I didn't care. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. That's Russia's trying to involve other countries like the UK based on recent statements. I mean, they've always been saying that. They've always been saying stuff like that. Meanwhile, they're the ones that actively bring in troops from another country. I'm looking for opposition right now. Please, can you go to the shelter now? Oh, yay. Are you happy about going after civilians? Is that what that is? Kuwait? Or Kuwaiti, whatever your name is? pro humanity. I'm pro peace. You should go hide in a shelter because I'm going to bomb civilians now. No, I don't want anyone pretending to be opposition. Punisher, do you have anything to actually say? Are you just going to spam? I've heard the manuscript. I don't particularly like when she sings some of the older Linkin Park songs, but she's definitely getting better. Also, the Scientology thing and kind of some of the stuff she's done in the past are kind of weird. Oh, you haven't heard her? Oh, yeah. This is probably the better of their new songs out on the new album. This is the first time in Linkin Park history where I haven't liked every single song on the new album. Here you go, Adam. Yep, Emptiness Machine. But yeah, she's not Chester. She's not going to be a replacement for Chester, obviously. Remember, guys, if you guys want to watch the streams afterwards, there are recordings of these on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Links to those channels are in my link tree in my bio. Hey, did you say the last album was horrible from Linkin Park? What is wrong with you? She's getting a lot better with live performances. Look at that. She was very nervous on the first one. Jewish Sam. Lost was a fucking great song. We have a Green Day and Linkin Park cover band in Tel Aviv. There's an amazing Brazilian, or are they Portuguese? There's an amazing Brazilian Linkin Park cover band named Hybrid Theory. Probably one of the closest singers I've ever heard to Chester. Here's something really weird. I want to show you guys something weird. This is what the Chester AI cover sounds like for this song. Your blades are sharpened with precision. The accent does slightly slip out with them sometimes. Dude, he can do the 17-second scream for is it No More Sorrow? Fuck.
Just like you always do, just like you always do. Already pulling me in.
Give it up, yeah.
Already under my skin, and I know exactly how this ends. I let you cut me open just to watch me bleed. Gave up who I am for who you wanted me to be. Don't know why I'm hoping for what I won't receive.
They even look like Linkin Park. That's the funny thing. All of them look like. Even the dude that dresses like Mike sounds like Mike. This is the AI Chester cover. Favorite dish I had in Ukraine was probably the borscht that my roommate made with the brown bread and salo. Surprised a lot of people don't. A lot of people still don't know about the song "My December." I don't know how. I'll pull up the Brazilian band in a little bit. Oh, we got a guest. Pause the music for now. Oh, Jesus. Hello, what's up? What's on your mind?
Nothing much. I'm not sure where I heard this from. I heard one time that like Palestinian on Israeli violence is like 9 times higher in the West Bank than settler on Palestinian violence.
That's from B'Tselem, which is an anti-Israeli source that documents all the crimes committed by the IDF, where they document basically everyone who's in jail, what their age is, like all the public information. They put it all in one place, but they document settler on Palestinian violence, Palestinian on settler violence, and per their own data, the Palestinians attacked the Israeli settlers about 9 times the rate.
Cool. And I'm sorry, what source did you say that was?
B'Tselem. Hang on, let me pull it up. Let's see. Okay, let's change the screen. Come on, computer. Display capture. There we go. So this is B'Tselem's website. It's going to be btselem.org. I can't remember where exactly you find it, but they've got it in there. They've got all the data you're probably going to be looking for. And yes, that includes, like I said, like you were asking about the settler on Palestinian violence and vice versa.
For sure. Thank you. And I was wondering if you knew I was trying to find this earlier. I couldn't find it. The current casualty count in Gaza, like including injuries.
So what I do is, because you can do this, but it usually gets out of date pretty quickly. You can go to Gaza snapshot, and you Google Gaza snapshot, and you go to here, the first link. You can see all the updates here. Like the most recent one is November 19th, so it's a couple days old. But what you can do is you can go on Telegram, and you can go to the Gaza Ministry of Health's Telegram channel, and they do an active every single day update. So like right now, this report says 43,972 dead. That was a couple days ago. If I go to the Gaza Ministry of Health's chat right now, though, it shows...
Yeah, this OSHA thing is what I pulled up earlier.
Yeah, so the most recent update as of... So that's November 21st, so that's yesterday at 5:30 a.m., so they should be coming out with one in another couple hours. the most up-to-date numbers from the Gaza Ministry of Health is 44,056 deaths, which is a little bit more than this, so 3 days newer than that, and 104,268 injuries.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good one.
Okay, bye-bye. It's cold as fuck outside. Yeah, it is. It's for the Arab settlers on Israeli violence in Judea and Samaria. I agree, Adam. Fair enough. All right, back to Chester. I love all the morons going on Twitter. The deep state started this war. Blah blah blah. It wasn't Putin. Let's see. How long do you plan to stay next time you? I'm trying to do 3 to 6 months next time I go. Soda, you're all good. Does my job make me work Thanksgiving? I think I'm off on that day of the week. I usually work the front half of the week.
Yo,
Smile, what's up?
how you doing?
Doing okay. What's on your mind?
Free Palestine, all the way.
Okay.
Yo,
Is that it?
I mean, you asked me what's on my mind, so
Okay. Well, that's what I'm asking. Is that it?
from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free for sure.
So you're okay with ethnically cleansing Jews from the land?
Fuck yeah. Kill them all, burn them all, send them back to the oven. In Germany. Where they belong.
Lovely. Lovely.
Yeah.
Okay, let's add one to the Yahtzee counter, everyone. Let's add one to the Yahtzee counter. It's about Zionists, though. It's about Zionists. It's not about Jews. It's not about Jews, guys. Oh, actually, so remember, if you guys are a sub, you can spam the Yahtzee sticker. So go ahead and spam that Yahtzee sticker, everyone in chat. Good morning, Darth. So the tribute band actually played the song Lost recently, the one that came out after Chester passed away. It actually was not bad. Hello, Captain Price in Twitch chat. He's still got to work on this song. This is... He's still got to work on this song. Like he hasn't gotten the accent down in the song. You could tell. Let's go to a song they've actually gotten down. I think What I've Done is probably one of my favorite ones they've done. This is a Linkin Park tribute band called Hybrid Theory. Come on. Now this is close. Yeah, this is the Brazilian one. He's got the rasp, he's got the yell. They played up massive crowds. Yeah, it sounds very similar. There were so many pizza crimes there. What? Like, that guy looks like Brad. Like, what? Dude, they got the look at everything. This is the most Sam could be. Dude, I grew up on Linkin Park. That's some crazy info on the new singer. Are you talking about her stuff with Danny Masterson? You're talking about her Scientology stuff? BB's on his last legs. Okay. Yeah, like this is probably the closest you will ever get to Chester. We'll make BB new better legs. Yeah, I love the Brazilian tribute band. They are awesome. The new song "Lost" though, they gotta fine tune that. They just recently put it live for the first time. Yeah, no, Scientology's really weird. Zionism will fall. Zionism is an ideology. How does the ideology just stop? Someone on the Meta Oversight Committee has just been found out to have links to the Muslim Brotherhood. Shocker. So much for Jews control the media. Jews control the media so much that they've allowed the Muslim Brotherhood to infiltrate Facebook. Don't be upset because you tried your best, but humanity won. Yeah, the side of humanity that wants to unalive Jews. Yeah, way to go. There's so much humanity there, bud. Do we have any opposition tonight that doesn't just have like 3 sentences to say? I need to start a podcast? Dude, I unfortunately do not have time for a podcast. I wish I did. I am also not that organized. We got 58 people in here, 12,000 likes. Let's tap the screen. Let's get the likes up. Let's get more people in here. Let's get to 15,000 likes or something. I don't know. Seems like the opposition doesn't want to talk about just Ukraine tonight. I have not done a podcast with Amanda, but she did say she wanted me on for an episode on some geopolitical stuff. These damn Sour Patch Kids are a pain in the ass to open. They're all celebrating, thinking the warrant is getting them somewhere. Yeah, when the ICC said that now Israel has a chance to rebuttal the warrant. As I always talk about Israel. But considering Russia dropped an IRBM with multiple reentry vehicles on Ukraine yesterday, I would like to focus on Ukraine. You know, that is a serious escalation on Russia's part. Now, as I've always talked about Ukraine, too. Literally have a Ukrainian flag on my wall. No, my topic for the last few nights, well, actually for the past few weeks, is literally been this. Oh, nope, sorry, that Sin was. Sorry. Ukraine deserves our full, non-half-ass support, and Israel are the good guys. It's almost like I've been talking about both of them. Yeah, a little bit, these. But, even then, we've given conditional rules on how they are allowed to use them. If Russia annexed part of Ukraine, you're supporting the latter, but not Palestine, because Israel isn't annexing Palestine. Both Israel and Ukraine have had the sovereignty of their borders breached by an outside entity wishing to destroy them. Have I met some Azov soldiers? Yeah. I've met some newer Azov soldiers, and I've interviewed old pre-2016 Azov soldiers. So, like, guys who got kicked out for being neo-Yazis, because in 2016 they purged 95% of the members from Azov for being neo-Yazis. So I've interviewed a couple of those guys just because I wanted to see what they were about. Am I Israeli? No. Israel has, in fact, annexed Palestine. Cool. Nas, can you tell me the year that Palestinians owned any land that Israel annexed? Tell me what area they annexed to. All of it since 1967? Cool. So in 1967, what area did Palestine own? Thank you for joining the team. Imagine Russia attacks and occupies Alaska. How would the U.S. react? Well, that's a breach of our sovereignty of our borders. We would fucking decimate them. I don't understand what people don't understand. Do people think Russia controls Ukraine? What about it? What? Hold up, guys. He's looking at a script. Yep. Oh, he didn't have an answer, so he's back to the original one. BB's on his last leg, just a matter of time. Nas, you didn't have an answer? When was the Palestinian state formed? Nas, when did they own the land? I can see Alaska from my house. Remember, this is the same person that when they come up, all they have to say is, Free Palestine. Free Palestine. That's all they have to say. No, Nas, I'm saying, well, that is another follow-up question. But when did Palestine as a nation own that land? When did the Palestinians as a people own that land? Russia towards Ukraine, they won't stop there. People don't realize it. Yeah, I know, Darth. Own that land. God, Echo. Palestine. Cool. Nas, that's not what I asked you. I said, when did they own the land, Nas? When did the Palestinians own the land? Give me a year. The land that you claim that they own, which is all of Israel, all of Gaza, and all of the West Bank. When did Palestinians own that land? If Israel's annexed something... Shh, Bob, don't give the answer yet. Nas, I mean, when did they own that land? What else? Dude, just answer the question. Why are you incapable of answering? What is wrong with your side that you can't answer a simple question? It's not hard.
Major turn in the case of
Oh,
actor
God.
Jesse Smollett.
I didn't want a video to turn on. I just wanted to see the update. Nope. Stop it. Stop it, ABC. With your fucking autoplay. Oh, is Hammer here? Hammer time. Yeah, Nas, I know it doesn't usually go well when you come up here, but again, you can come up here and try to have a cohesive discussion. You can try. I don't think it's going to go well. Nas, just to answer the question. God, what is with my streams just dying? I need to go live earlier. I think that's the only way to fix this. Go live earlier. Oh, yeah. Tulsi Gabbard still believes in the bioweapons labs in Ukraine. I forgot about that. That tracks. What tracks? It was popping last night? Yeah, later in the stream. That's it. I'm about to go to bed. Already 1 a.m. for me. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. for me. Yeah, what labs exactly, Grim? She still believes in bioweapons labs. And Russian media, get this, Russian media refers to Tulsi Gabbard as Russia's girlfriend. Russia's girlfriend or Russia's American girlfriend. They regularly feature clips of her on Russian state television. I don't understand her. I don't understand her. Naz, so you still haven't answered my question. I've seen you rambling on about other stuff. I asked you, when did the Palestinians own the land? When you keep saying Aboriginals owned Australia, Red Indians owned America. Cool. We can look in history and see when they had a period in the past when they were the people in charge. When was that for the Palestinians?
I would say controlled. I would say controlled instead of owned.
That's also another thing. Let's lower the bar even more. When did they control the land?
Because owned implies purchase.
I mean, we can look at when Jews purchased the land from the Ottomans.
Yeah, but the indigenous peoples of America never purchased their land. They still controlled the land they were on.
Yeah, fair enough. Also, I like how he calls indigenous Americans Red Indians.
Pretty sure we're not allowed to say those kind of things anymore.
Where's Alice?
Pretty sure that that language was verboten.
Verboten. Because indigenous people never had a government. What? Swing and a miss, Nas.
The Jews had a governmental structure going back 3,000 years. United Kingdom of Israel under King Saul, then King David, then King Solomon. They're the various kings of Israel and Judah.
Have you read the ICC statement?
Yeah, it's nonsense. Doesn't matter.
I know, it's just funny. It's funny that they admit that this wasn't even the same application that the dude put in a couple months ago, where he blatantly lied about the information presented in his application for the warrant. It's a case from 2021 that they closed because they didn't have enough evidence, and then they just randomly decided to reopen. It's like
they just wanted to ram it through before Trump got inaugurated, which kind of was, I think, predictable. And once the new Congress takes over January 6th and Trump takes over January 20th, the GOP can get to work on punishing them.
Yeah, I just think it's just the verbiage of it is hilarious, especially since they're like how the way they wouldn't let Israel submit any counter evidence during the investigation process. They said Israel had to wait until afterwards, and that's why they issued the warrant. It's like,
well, it also just goes to show you how primitive the pro-Palestinian side is. An arrest doesn't mean guilt.
Yeah.
Unless everyone that's ever been arrested or had an arrest warrant was guilty, it just means that they want to arrest them, but they're still innocent. Until the guilt is proven, there's nothing to discuss.
I like how even Biden, someone put it out in chat, even Biden was like, yeah, piss off.
Let's be honest. Joe Biden is not working anymore. He's retired.
But
whoever told the person running his Twitter account did it. But Joe Biden is absolutely no longer.
That man is living his best life right now. That man is not doing anything. I cannot help but laugh. What was it? They were like, "What do you think about President-elect Trump? Blah, blah, blah. What are you gonna do with him?" And he goes, "I'm having lunch with him."
Yeah, well, he's not running the country.
He does not care.
Harris went on vacation in Hawaii. She's out of the country. She's out of the Continental 48.
Oh wait, she lost and went on vacation. Oh,
Yeah, she's on vacation. She's in Hawaii with her beta husband. So who's running the country? Nobody knows.
me. I just I love all. Have you seen how happy he looks in videos now? Like every time he's on camera, he looks so happy.
He's happy and he's actually semi-cogent.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's semi there. I'm telling you, he voted for Trump. We'll never know. He
I love
voted for Trump. They knifed him. He was pissed. You could tell he was pissed about what they did to him. He didn't want to step down. And Jill has always hated Kamala. Hated her. So
Wasn't it Nancy Pelosi that openly admitted that because of the administration forcing Biden to dip out of the race, that he waited until the last second to where they couldn't have an open primary?
it was her. She's the one that got him out.
Yeah,
She's the one that
but
put pressure on him.
she said that Biden was the reason they didn't have an open primary because he was pissed off about them ousting him, and he was like, "Oh, fine, screw you then. I'm taking the whole thing." Which is hilarious. He's like, "Oh, you're gonna take me out? You're all going down with me." This spiteful old man living his best life.
It's gonna be a long 4 years for the Democratic Party.
Oh yeah.
Long 4 years, and even longer than that, because they're doomed.
I just
The long-term prospects of the Democratic Party is trending negative in a very dramatic way. The next election, if they don't win in 2028, they may not win again for another 20 years.
yeah. I mean, as long as Trump doesn't fuck it up beyond belief.
All he has to do is decent compared to what we've lived through. He doesn't have to be excellent. He just has to be decent. Get the cost of things down, get the economy humming, bring down the cost of energy, which will bring down inflation, see a little bit more semblance of peace, winding down Ukraine, winding down Israel. I'm not saying ending, but winding down, closing up the border and deporting a lot of people. And he doesn't have to do a ton, dismantling some of the swamp.
Yeah, I think
really,
the
economy rolling, it's good.
I think the slowing down of Ukraine kind of went out the window yesterday.
It's gonna happen. I'm sorry.
Sam hates Trump. Just say you hate the guy. I've never hidden that I strongly dislike both Trump and Kamala. I have a deep disdain for both of them. I am ashamed that those were our two best options. I've
Damn, you're
never
pretty
hidden
clear
that.
about that. It's not ambiguous.
I'm very open about what I support. Dude, I was a write-in. I was a write-in for Jeff Jackson. Like, dude, not even running. Next nominee for the Democratic Party, Cardi B.
Bob the Builder. I actually like Pam Bondi. I think she's pretty good. She's not my first choice, but I think she's good. Definitely better than Gates. I really don't like Gates at all. I think he was the worst pick of the administration. So I'm glad he got booted or he withdrew, which, I know was going to happen. But, I said he wasn't going to get out of committee. I didn't know that he would drop out this soon. Next, I hope we take down RFK. That's the next guy I want to take down. And then the rest of them I could probably deal with. Gabbard, not in love with, but I have bigger fish to fry on that issue. I want to get rid of RFK.
Who would be better on the Republican side? Honestly, I think Jeff Jackson, even though he's registered as a Democrat, fits the bill for a traditional conservative. I think he could probably actually run on the Republican side and probably do very well. But he doesn't know how to market himself other than the whole TikTok thing. That's the downside.
Who's better on the Republican side for what? I didn't understand the question.
I think he meant for president.
Oh, for president?
I don't know.
Well, I think the leader right now for the next election is J.D. Vance. He's the vice president.
Hello, J.D. Vance here.
He's going to have a big bully pulpit and a lot of time to either impress or not impress people. So if you had to lay odds are it's JD Vance for the next one.
Yeah.
Though DeSantis will run again. I'm sure Haley will run again. Who else on the Republican side? That's probably it, I would think. But if Trump does a good job, then you got to think Vance has got a real head start.
Yeah, unless he massively fucks it up for himself.
Yeah, and I don't think so. I think he's really smart.
I mean, Vance could literally just sit there and do nothing at this point, and as long as Trump doesn't fuck it up, he's a shoo-in to be next in line.
Yeah, and I think he will do something. I think he'll do a good job.
Oh God, Vivek's gonna join Elon on a podcast about waste they want to cut. I can't stand Vivek.
I don't either. I don't like him either, but I think he's good for this particular job that he's doing. I think it's a perfect job for him and Elon, and they're doing it for transparency. They want people to see where the money's going.
My thing is, why can't they start with the? I was supposed to find the name of that committee. The committee they already have in place is supposed to do that. Elon. There's already a committee in place that's supposed to do that.
Yeah, but they're not doing their job.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why don't they start with that committee?
Because to do it right, you need people from outside of the government that don't have any vested interest.
That's what I'm saying. Go into that department. Why does he not send Elon into that department to start with them?
Then they become federal employees, and that's a totally different thing. I don't want them to be federal employees. You want them outside of the government so that they're not influenced, not pressured, that they don't have a stake. Cut that old department and just make the new one. That's all. Cut it. Cut. Take a big old chainsaw to the federal budget, to the federal bureaucracy. There's already going to be a lot of people quitting because one of the things they're going to require is everyone comes back to work. No more
work from home.
Work from home. And a lot of the people, and I've read an article about how a bunch of the people in DC moved to other states and they're doing their work from there and they're like, we can't come back. All right, so you quit, you're out of a job. You have a job, you're getting paid, show up to the office.
Yeah. Auntie, I have no idea. That time period you were messaging me about. You down for steak dinner?
Who are you talking to?
You.
When did I say it was going to happen?
February?
Yeah, don't bother me now.
Yuck.
I'll talk to you about it in January.
It'll be.
I got 3 really busy weekends coming up in a row right now. I'm traveling tomorrow. I'm traveling on Thanksgiving Day. I'm traveling the following weekend. I've got a lot of soccer. A lot.
Dude, I just
alive.
I just got I got a call today from my supervisor. It was like, hey, they want you to switch over to day shift for A shift for the rest of the year. And I was like, but I just got back into my sleep schedule. Yeah, but we really need people on A shift. And I still get my night shift premium, which I get an extra 15% on my pay. But the downside is I will not see my family, period, for those few days. Because I would be leaving my house at 5:30 in the morning and getting home at like 9 o'clock at night. So 3 to 4 days each week for the next like 6 weeks, I won't see my family. So that kind of sucks.
Yeah, that does kind of suck.
But, I mean, they're offering overtime too, so we'll see. Hello, what's up?
I'm doing good. How are you doing, sir?
Doing okay. Yeah, how old are you?
How old are you?
28.
You're 14.
I don't...
Listen, no, I can talk all about this topic right now, okay?
Okay.
I'm 14.
Okay, which topic?
Ukraine deserves our full support. I want to talk about that.
Okay, what about it?
I don't believe that.
Okay, well, why?
I don't support Ukraine genocide of the Russian people. They're absolutely destroying
What?
Russia and their economy. I'm sorry.
Is this like some really bad troll?
How? Listen, I'm trying to talk, and now you're undermining me again.
Where exactly are the Ukrainians genociding the Russian people?
Well, the Russians need to bring like Africans and people from other countries just to fight the war because they're just absolutely demolishing these innocent men.
Okay. This is a really bad troll.
I'm not trolling. I'm trying to have a conversation.
So you're just naturally this dumb?
Listen, just because I don't watch CNN like you do, don't mean I'm dumb.
CNN.
Who the fuck watches CNN?
Go turn on your ABC, you know.
I do have a
Fox.
tab of ABC open.
I don't watch TV news.
Well, you better not be watching TV with
I
those
don't watch
thick
TV news.
Okay, so where exactly are the Russians that are being genocided by Ukraine? What region?
Well, they're bringing.
No, I'm not asking where anyone's bringing people in. I'm saying what area are the Russians being genocided in? What area of Russia or what area of Ukraine?
Well, in Crimea.
Crimea, the area that Russia controls?
Yeah.
So Russia's genocided their own people in Crimea?
No, but overall, I heard they're starting to throw missiles in Russia now from the U.S. and
From the U.S.?
well, U.S. weapons.
Come on, man. We're not really talking to this kid, are we?
Well, listen, this man is barely a man. Okay, stop it.
Okay. I just the voice is irritating me. The voice is irritating me.
Says the person with the username beta male.
That was a really bad troll. Why can't I just get good guests? Come on. Here, let's Ham, we're gonna bully Auntie into moving to Texas. Auntie, move to Texas.
I will be.
Leave your crap country. Wait, you are?
Decided I'm gonna move next year.
Let's go! Hammer, we've converted one.
Texas is really big. If he doesn't move close to you, that doesn't mean anything.
We've converted one though. We've converted a colonizer to come to the winning side.
Yeah, why not? It seems like a good place to hang out. Yeah, so I just want a nice home, you know, a nice porch, and I wouldn't mind having 2A rights, because why the fuck not?
Wait, Auntie, where do you live right now again?
Wales?
Yeah, we went from Auntie living in Wales to, yeah, I'm going to sit on my porch in Texas with a rifle.
A rifle? I thought you said wives.
No, she said 2A, Second Amendment.
Oh, 2A.
Oh, that's good. Let's go.
At least I can deal with my enemies by seeing the whites of their eyes instead of couch potato in it.
Oh, thank you for the joining the team on TikTok and also the follower on Twitch. Hello, Bite. What? Auntie, it's funny. I have a rifle range within 15 minutes in 3 different directions of me.
Awesome.
They're great.
Oh, that'd be good. Yeah, I decided, you know what? Why not? Why the fuck not? Let's do this. Because, like, what am I gonna do? Just hang around in the greater UK while my government continuously fucks it up even more than it already is fucked up.
Oh wait, I forgot to turn the guest boxes on.
And the thing
Twitch.
is, as a staunch Republican, I like why do I have to bow to a fucking unelected cunt?
Auntie, language. Remember.
Okay, an unelected annoying person.
Wait. It's funny. In Texas, we actually have a city called The Colony. Not even
Oh
kidding.
no. Oh no, Imagination Land ran out that day.
To bite on Twitch, we are debating about Israel, the Israel-Gaza conflict, or Israel, pretty much anyone Israel's thrown hands with, and Ukraine and Russia. But it seems like the opposition doesn't want to bite tonight.
Yeah, I know. Like they've seemed to have been a bit silent over the past few days. It's almost as if they're worried that things might finally get really, really serious.
Oh, look, we've got someone named Moon in the comments talking about the ICC arrest warrant, who clearly didn't even read it. Auntie, have you read the ICC statement?
Yeah, I have.
Did you like the part where they said, yeah, well, we threw out that case that was submitted by that other dude recently because he just blatantly lied about all his evidence. But, you know, this other case in 2021 that we closed because we also didn't have enough evidence, we just reopened it. It's like, what?
It's basically like people are manufacturing evidence wholesale at half of this half of these events. Like what the actual hell is going on? Surely you'd be like, if we're actually going to get these people, and when I say these people, I'm thinking now in the mind of the enemy. Like they'd be thinking, you know, if we're going to actually get these people, don't you think actually providing rock solid proof is what would be required? But no, apparently the ICC seems to be a court of feelings as over facts. And that's the dangerous thing, because when you've got an international court that's supposed to actually do something about dangerous people in this world, how on earth can they be taken seriously? On the one hand, we know that what Putin has done to Ukraine and Georgia and several other places, Putin deserves the arrest warrant.
Yeah.
On the other hand, and others.
I mean, the reason Putin got the arrest warrant, remember, is because the Belarusian Red Cross openly admitted in international court that under the direct orders of Putin, they kidnapped over 10,000 children. They admitted it was directly under his orders.
Yeah. And that's up to like 45,000 now, something like that.
Hey, someone says in Twitch chat, I don't think you really got the skill to debate too good. I say this as myself being a debater, but not ordinary debater. I am a professional pin debater. Dude, I'm not debating right now because there's no opposition on the panel. We are literally just discussing stuff. What?
Yeah.
What?
Is there a character limit on what people can type into
on Twitch? No.
Yeah.
No.
So like, did somebody fail basic grammar?
I don't know. Are you really linking the Israel situation to that of Ukraine? No. They are both two separate nations that I support for a multitude of reasons. So because they are two topics that I care about, I've got them both up here. But they are similar in that both Israel and Ukraine are both two sovereign nations that are allies of the United States that had the sovereignty of their borders breached in an attack by an outside entity and had a war declared upon them.
Yeah, the one big difference is that of course since October the 7th, the country that has been attacked has been blamed for the attack on its own sovereignty by mass protests globally, and the one country that has been attacked and has had over 200,000 of its children go missing, which is Ukraine, has been forgotten about because feelings over facts. I am getting real sick and tired of opinion-based BS.
Yeah, it's like, I'm scared of this, therefore I think this. Like, cool, that doesn't change the facts and the realities of situations and stuff. Thoughts on the arrest warrants? I think the arrest warrant is a joke. If you actually read the verbiage of the ICC statement, again, it reads as a joke because they openly admit that they had to reopen an old case that they had closed based on lack of evidence. They also say they only have what they consider proof of two instances of the IDF attacking civilians intentionally, which is weird because if they're going off of two, dude, I could probably find more of that. Like, I could probably go through the social media of a couple soldiers from a couple specific units and find more of that myself. But like, if that's what they're going to go off of, it's just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, and you know, I just find the whole pro-Palestinian marches globally hypocritical as hell, because they're like stop the G-side, stop this, stop that. Where's the demonstrations for Ukraine? Why aren't they protesting outside Russian Orthodox churches like they're protesting outside synagogues? Why aren't they protesting outside of Russian cultural events and things like that, like them protesting outside Jewish events.
Hey, let me answer a
Yeah.
couple of comments real quick. We got Israel is nothing like Ukraine. Israel is a colonizing apartheid non-indigenous entity. Yeah, Francesca, I would love for you to come up and have that discussion. We could talk about how wrong you are. Full support for Ukraine, a corrupted neo-fascist government. Also welcome to come up and have a discussion, because in no way are they a neo-fascist government. Palestine is sovereign in people's mind. Israel is only a UN decision. Neither of those statements are correct. Congratulations. Did you look into the arrest warrants against Putin as thoroughly? Yeah, so the arrest warrants for Putin, again, the main evidence suggested against Putin was, if you look at the arrest warrant for Putin, a lot of the evidence presented was pretty weak, because they showed the stuff that certain individual Russian soldiers, Russian units had done, which they linked back to theorizing that Putin had given those orders, which we'll never know, but they theorized that, which I can understand that, but it's still a weak argument. It's like, well, I think he did this. The nail in the coffin for the Putin ICC judgment was, again, that the Belarusian Red Cross openly admitted and had proof that Putin had directly ordered them as an entity to take Ukrainian children and send them to Eastern Russia and put them up for adoption. So there was actual concrete evidence.
And a tribe called Berhart. What do you mean it's Great Britain? Nothing has been great about Britain for a long time.
I'm
I say
getting
this
tired.
is a-
I'm getting tired of this lie of a stream. This is supposed to be debating a stream about coming to a solution. You are just yapping about non-existent problems at the moment.
Okay, okay, Sam.
Hang on, Auntie. My man, there's no one debating me right now. There's nobody who's willing to come up and have a rational discussion, because they're incapable of defending their own thoughts. The second you question anyone's thoughts and their opinions on something, they fold like a wet paper bag and resort to insults because they don't have anything.
Okay, tribe called Berhart wrote, Great Britain is the largest European country. Can I, as the British person here,
Wait.
can we do a fact?
Brexit? Anyone?
Can we talk about how stupid that comment actually is? There is no way geographically that Britain is bigger than France. France is about twice the size of Britain geographically per square meters. Per square miles. In fact, technically, the largest European country would be Russia, based upon its predominant population being in the west as opposed to the east, which is Asia. Also, economically, Brexit has screwed the UK because of a bunch of idiots voted out of the European Union. So, can we try again, please, tribe?
We do have a request. Is he gonna let them connect though? Come on, TikTok. Don't fail me now. iPhone, it shows that you are not connecting. I'll give it another 10-20 seconds, and then if it doesn't work, try restarting your app and come back up. Oh, wait. Oh, it worked. Okay, asthma. Not cool. iPhone, what's up?
Yes, ask your question.
I asked you what's up. What's on your mind?
Apartheid.
Okay. How exactly is Israel?
Against Israel's politic.
Okay.
What do you want to discuss, Ukraine or Israel or both?
Well, you seem to want to discuss Israel. So
American hegemony.
okay. So how this works is if you ask. Okay. So here, how this works, because I'm gonna have to mute you now, is you say something and then I say something. We go back and forth and we have a cohesive dialogue. Like the second I start talking, if you interrupt me, we can't have a cohesive dialogue here. Do you understand this? You want to talk about Israel, and you mentioned apartheid state, so let's go into Israel being an apartheid state.
It's written in the law, so we can change discussion on something else.
Cool. What law is it written that Israel is an apartheid state?
It's written in many various levels. Let's
Okay.
change
Can you give me an example. You brought it up, so let's talk about it. Give me an example of what law is written in Israel that makes it an apartheid state.
I don't want to spend the time on obvious things.
Well, it's not obvious. So I'm asking you what law in Israel writes in that it's an
If you
apartheid
don't
state.
see it, I don't want to discuss with you. You
Do
are
you-
trying to deflect and inflict.
You're the one.
Do
You're the one who
Auntie,
come up with
relax,
lies.
relax. iPhone,
Let's move
what? Do you
this
know what the
whole subject.
definition?
Let's-
No, we're sticking on it because you brought it up.
Today is apartheid against Gaza.
Okay, so apartheid against Gaza.
Occupation
Do
is brutal.
you know what the definition of apartheid is?
People subjugating over another people.
No,
Exclusive Jewish state.
that's not apartheid.
No. Try again. What is an apartheid state? What is just the definition of apartheid?
It's a
Let's go with that.
racist state.
Okay, so
It's
apartheid is
look,
the.
all Israelis have weapon.
Okay, cool.
and
That's
Arabs
that's
inside don't have weapon.
that's not apartheid. So
Arabs are
apartheid.
afraid inside Israel.
No, they're not. But you're deflecting. That's not what apartheid is. Apartheid is usually a form of racial segregation. Usually, when you have different sets of political or different sets of laws and rules for different people based on their race or a couple other factors. Okay, so how does it exist if Israel does not govern over Gaza? Because it only applies if it's doing it within your same controlled entity. If Gaza has their own governing authority, which is Hamas, and Israel has their own governing authority, which is the Israeli government, does let's put it this way: does
Arab inside
cool? Does
don't do military.
it's nice.
And every 18-year Israeli do military. What's that mean to you?
That's nice. I'll ask you again. So I'll ask this. So does Gaza have rights for LGBTQ people?
Now you are changing something.
No. I'll bring it around. Does Gaza? No. I'll bring it around. I promise.
Electronic survivals
iPhone. I'll bring it around. I promise.
Arabs are hostages.
iPhone. Come on. Does Gaza have rights for LGBTQ people?
You change the subject.
No, you don't.
No. iPhone. I promise you. iPhone. I promise you. As soon as you answer the question, I will show you how it relates. Does Gaza have rights for LGBTQ people?
Every geographic place have different values.
That's
You
not
have
what
to
I asked
respect
you.
some of this,
That's not what I asked you. I
development
don't.
and social development.
I'm asking
Just
you.
because Israel is 10 years ahead of human values doesn't mean Israel have right to kill others.
That's not what I said, iPhone. I'm asking you I'm asking you, does Gaza have...
Neither in Christianity, neither in Judaism, those values you're talking
Hey,
about
iPhone, can I ask you a
LGBT
question?
are accepted.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? Because you can't answer any of his. Maybe you can answer mine. Are your parents cousins with each other?
Poland is not Semitic country.
You seem to have.
Ukraine is not Semitic country.
You seem to have an issue with your brain.
German are not Semitic.
You're
don't
not.
have
Yeah.
genetic
Listen, you can
binding
say whatever
to
you
that
can
land.
say whatever you want about me, but I'll
It's
tell you what you
migrants
can't
from
say,
Second World
which
War.
is I can go to Israel any fucking time I want, and the Palestinians can't.
Because
so I'm
you
winning.
like their ass.
It's
you
our
lick their
country.
ass.
You want to see pictures of me in Israel? You want to see pictures of me in Israel?
Jesus.
Hammer, can I ask him a question?
You are colonial. You are one group
Oh,
of elites.
Okay,
your parents are
iPhone,
cousins.
can I ask you a question?
Naive
parents are
Christians
cousins. You know that,
support
right?
Thinking you are
iPhone,
true
can I ask
Jews.
you
Your
You are
mom is
just
really your
playing
aunt, and your
theaters.
dad is really your uncle.
iPhone,
You have
can I-
manipulated Christianity and
iPhone,
exploited
can I ask you a
Christians.
question?
Yeah,
Can
go
I ask
ahead.
you a question, iPhone?
Sure.
So,
Oh, don't
so-
ask him. He's an idiot.
Oh no, I don't know. Well, you know, let's see where this goes. Can I just ask you? Can you give me the definition of consent? Can you give me the definition of consent in relation to relationships, and what is the appropriate age to actually?
Oh God,
engage in
oh
consent
no,
with-
we're already going.
with the young girl.
Let's
Hammer, you're rubbing off on
Like,
Auntie.
background, and then we discuss that
Then we
subject.
discuss.
Put
Then we
rainbow
discuss.
flag in the
Hey,
background.
iPhone,
and
where are
then
you
we
from?
discuss.
Where are you from?
The flag is about Israel and
Where are you
Lebanon
from?
and Ukraine.
Where are you
And
from?
Jews trying to power grab Ukraine right
it's not
now.
punching.
And
Yes, the Jews
iPhone,
power
you're
grabbing
gonna have to
Ukraine.
understand how this works, okay? It's in my name right here. It says King. That makes you my Dimmy, okay? So if you can't answer the question that we
Oppressor
ask,
king.
if you can't answer the question that we ask, we're just going to drop you. We don't need you here. You asked to come here. Right now, you're not being a very good guest. So where are you from?
Zelensky trying to
Where
attack
are you
Russia
from?
in 20 years.
Where are you
He and
from?
his Jewish mentor
Okay,
and
here you
Jewish
go. You're not
Bolsheviks.
going to get to talk until you learn how to answer a question. Okay, Dimmy? Now,
Jimmy,
where
Where
are you from? What country are you from?
you don't respect human rights, why I answer
I don't
your question?
respect
Why I
you.
respect
I don't
you?
respect you.
I don't expect somebody who won't actually answer a question and
Yeah.
deflects like they.
So,
Where
So-
are you from? Where are you from, iPhone?
I am here to discuss important
Ah,
subject
well, I'm
about
bored.
human
You're
I'm
not
done.
here anymore. You're gone.
Oh, someone in Twitch chat says nasty Zio Yahtzee inbred self-projecting ICE-Israeli turd stain on humanity. Wow, that's a mouthful. Yeah, so the reason I asked iPhone if Gaza has rights for LGBTQ people is because Israel does. Israel has laws that give rights to that group of people. Gaza does not. Instead, they unalive them and throw them off of roofs. So there's two separate laws because it is two separate governing authorities. Meaning, how can Israel have an apartheid state with Gaza if they literally don't control Gaza? Hey, thank you for the follow on Twitch.
Like if I want to jump off a high place, I can go to places and tie a bungee cord around my ankles and have a great bit of fun doing it.
I thought you were going to say somewhere else.
Yeah.
A wobbly stool and a rope.
Oi! Leave it. Stop. Don't.
Hey.
No, but if I want to like take the fast way down and stay down there permanently, I can just go to Gaza.
Wait, someone says Gaza don't have. Wait, where'd it go? Gaza don't have any rights and have no elections for 10 years. Who told them they couldn't have elections? Israel didn't.
Yeah, it was Hamas because Hamas took over like a dictatorship.
Oh, thank you, Spartan.
10 years too, by the way.
And they took over the political sphere. They eliminated their enemies and they cleared house of any opposition, including potential opposition to actual long-lasting peace with the Israelis. And do you know who's doing that? And do you know who's pulling their strings? That would be the IRCG and the
IRGC.
IRGC.
To Francesca, why don't you come up here? You keep saying stuff in the comments. It makes no sense. Come on up. Come on down.
And I wonder if anybody can come up here and actually answer questions without being a Yahtzee.
No,
That'd be interesting.
Blessed be by Almighty, says Sam. Are you obsessed with Arab men? Nope. I am obsessed with Latina women. Hamas is funded by Netanyahu. Francesca, are you capable of sticking on one topic?
Francesca, like as somebody, like I've got autism, okay, so I can probably get away with saying this. But have you got DID? Because you give me DID vibes.
Latina women real. Dr. Frost is understandable. Oh, look, the racism is coming out in chat. In Twitch. Racist white boy, your mother loves African BBC. Fucking white inbred racist anti-Semite white. Oh, it's the spammer. He just keeps spamming stuff about every group, period. Apparently I am anti-Semitic. Let's just ban that. Goodbye. It's pretty easy to just answer a question, but that would mean people like iPhone would have an actual thought behind their eyes. Yeah.
You're anti-Semitic. I'm definitely not going to have dinner with you.
Well, his name's iPhone. iPhones.
No, he's talking about me.
Yeah, iPhones are the most basic of mobile phones anyway. So yeah, it doesn't take much intelligence to use one of those things.
Yahtzee Yahoo will be in jail soon. Sure. If he literally doesn't leave Israel, let's say worst case scenario for Israel, the arrest warrant goes through and they don't hear out Israel and their rebuttal to it. All he has to do is not leave Israel, and they can't do shit to him.
Yeah.
You are welcome. Someone in Twitch chat says, as a Jew, I can confirm, Sam, you are the first thing that you're welcome at all of my cookouts. Let's go.
You can go to Argentina. You can go to Paraguay. You can go to the United States.
Let's go.
And if you go to Argentina, you can meet up with the grandchildren of OG Yahtzees.
Oh yeah. Valkyrie, what's up?
What's up, bro? I've scrolled past your live about 7 times in the last few days. I thought I might as well finally come in.
Welcome. It's a slow night. We finally picked up on the viewers, but the opposition seems very few and far between.
Yeah, 'cause they're all scared. That's why.
Well, I literally had someone, was it 2 days ago, I think? I literally caught them reading a script. Like, they actually stumbled over a word, and it sounded like in high school when someone gets called on to read and they are very awful at reading out loud. It sounded like that. It was pretty good.
Sounds like Kamala Harris.
No, hold on. Don't you disrespect the coconut tree.
Sounds like Kamala Harris.
Hammer, you can't blame her for that. She fell out of a coconut tree.
She's dumb.
She hit her head on the way down, Hammer.
She's not dumb, Hammer.
She was born dumb.
She's just really, really, really shit at doing the publicity thing.
No, she's just dumb. She's just not a smart human being.
Wait, someone in Twitch chat says that Israel's going to arrest Netanyahu. What? What?
Israel's going to arrest
this is how twisted and backwards the opposition
looks like that dude. It looks like whoever said that fell out of a coconut tree.
Allies and turn on our own leaders at the drop of a hat.
But she worked. But she worked at McDonald's for years, though. She knows what it's like to be a normal working human.
She actually didn't. She made that up.
I know, that's the great part.
See the original image of that Photoshop where it was actually a young woman who passed away.
Yeah, it was a young white girl. They photoshopped her over.
Yeah, absolute joke. I'm surprised that
died,
hasn't
by
been
the way.
brought up more, to
Who
be
died of
honest.
cancer?
Yeah.
Whereas, of course, Donald Trump had to stage working at a McDonald's.
Oh, come on. That was, Auntie, you got to admit, that was funny as hell. That was...
Honest though, right?
But it's funny as
biggest
fuck, but it
target
also
in the
kind of-
United States. They're not going to allow him in a McDonald's without a security detail.
that was a campaigning. That was a genius moment in campaigning. That was pretty damn funny.
Oh, if I got a burger from Donald Trump, I'd be encasing that in resin and putting it on my mouth.
Now, if you got a burger from Donald Trump, I'd have to wash my hands after touching it. Because come on,
Hang on. Tiny Hands was forced to wash his hands like every other employee.
The guy was touching his face. The Staphylococcus aureus off his face would know. He was touching his face.
Oh, if that's what you're worried about, oh boy, you should see what the rest of the employees do in the back. Oh shit, Steps on G. Real question: does she know how to make collard greens or curry?
Well, she does like to switch where she's from every 10 minutes, so...
Yeah, it depends. Who's she talking to at the moment?
See, I genuinely think that's one of the reasons Trump prevailed so positively, is that he wasn't trying to portray that he's something he's not.
I mean, he's definitely not.
He's definitely confused. He doesn't know if he's a Cheeto or a human being, to be fair.
someone, Auntie, you said the thing about Trump touches his face, and someone says, after 10 years as a McDonald's supervisor, trust me, worse things happen.
Yeah, well, I suppose scratching your butt crack while serving people a burger is probably.
I'm sorry. Have you not seen Burger King foot lettuce? Have you not seen that one?
I don't go to those places because they're fucking gross.
Oh boy, you're going to learn to love fast food when you come to Texas.
Hey, Tribe Called Bashert.
What?
What's wrong with your brain?
What did that
We
person
don't all
say?
die of cancer.
What?
Read what they wrote.
Hey, sorry.
Wait.
Who's got the brainworm?
Come, it's late. It's late. Let me and I can drop. We all die of cancer. What the fuck? That is BS. We all
We don't
die
all
of
die,
cancer.
just ask.
You damn well, Yad Vashem, know that we are. What?
You know,
I
just
had
ask
a
Hassan.
stroke reading that.
Hassan Nasrallah didn't die of cancer, did he?
You know who also? Hang on. You know who also didn't die of cancer? Sinwar.
That was what we called
Ismail
the
Haniyeh?
onset
Oh
of
shit!
large object
Ariel's
effect.
sending the request. Hang on.
Ismail Haniyeh? He didn't die of cancer. Yasser Arafat didn't die of cancer. He died of HIV/AIDS.
Yeah. Ariel, what's up?
Plutonium 238. Hi, Sam. Hi, Emma. How you doing?
Shalom, Javier. Hey, Ariel, when I come to
Shalom,
Israel
Javier.
next year, when I get to come to Israel next year, are we going to go out for lunch?
Of course.
Great.
Of course. 100%. DM me and I'll take you to the Golan Heights where you can have great steak. We've said it before. And you can actually see a F-15 flying to Syria.
Outstanding. I
As
love
part.
that. I love that.
Hang on. Can Hammer, when you do that, can you take some video for me? I want to see some things blow up in
Sure,
Syria.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Honestly, any chance to see the F-16s in action?
No, I want to see the F-15s flying to Syria and blow things up.
Yeah.
F-15.
Well, the version that we have is a bit different than when they start producing it so many years ago.
Yeah. You guys have your own
Because
variants.
Right. But Sam, maybe you spoke about it, maybe you don't. Are you aware of what it's called the Hague Invasion Clause?
Yes, I am.
What about it?
Okay, Sam.
Let me pull it up.
Oh,
Let
this
me
is
get the exact
wonderful.
verbiage.
It's hilarious.
Okay.
It's
You'll
hilarious.
be amazed. This is straight to the point. Let's read it first.
Hang on. You're talking about the Invasion Act, right?
It's a part of a broader. It was
The Protection Act.
It was an addendum. to a
It's part of the
bigger bill.
Protection Act.
Yeah, you're on about the
Well, so-
2003 Act, do you?
2002, signed by George Bush and reaffirmed. Of course, it's an act, it's a law.
I'm trying to find the original PDF of it right now. Where's?
Okay, I can just read you these in the.
Although invading another NATO country, that's a little bit WTF. Regardless of the reality of why that act was put into place, that is.
Never
WTF.
mind, there is a law. There is a law. Doesn't matter are we invading or not.
No.
The extraction
no,
of it.
No. The reality is that you don't that regardless of the purpose of the law, you do not invade another NATO country with for no fucking reason.
Hang on. What is? Hang on.
The reason is in the law.
Hang on. What is? I'm trying to find the original PDF. Why can't I find the original PDF?
It's part of a broader bill.
Yeah, I know, but there should be. It should be sectioned off. I should be able to find it, but I can't.
It's part of the It's part of the Service Member Protection Act.
Yeah.
2002.
Look, I think you're confusing. I am on your side, but I want to point out.
I know.
I want to point out that you don't go invading another NATO country. That's not how it fucking works.
And you don't
I know,
arrest
but
and put
it's
one of our people
Friday.
in jail.
No, I get that.
Our
It's Friday.
sovereignty is more important than NATO.
Sam, can I just read the
yeah, go
instruction,
ahead.
a very short one?
Yeah, go ahead and read it. Let's see if I've got the right one up.
That's from 2002. It's
Yeah.
U.S. President George Bush today signed into a law
Yep.
the American Service Member Protection Act of 2002, which is intended to intimidate countries that have ratified the Treaty for the International Criminal Court, the ICC. The new law authorizes the use of military force to liberate any American or citizens of a U.S. allied country. That's where Netanyahu comes into effect. Citizens of a U.S. allied country being held by the court, which is located in The Hague. This provision, dubbed as the Hague Invasion Clause, has caused strong reaction from U.S. allies around the world, particularly in the Netherlands. Never mind that. That was in 2000. It is a law. That's one thing. My last sentence is, I wonder if the ICC put any sanctions against Mongolia. Anybody can answer me that?
I don't think so.
I don't believe they did.
But you know where my question comes in.
Why they didn't arrest Putin?
Exactly.
Okay, so
because Mongolia is a signatory.
Okay.
Hold
so,
on.
Hang on.
Wait,
Relax.
I'll finish in 2 seconds.
I don't know.
Mongolia Mongolia is a signatory on the Rome Statute, meaning it has to comply with the arrest warrant of Putin. Now, Putin got guarantees before he flew to Mongolia that he would not be arrested. That's fine. So Mongolia violated the ICC arrest warrant,
and no one did anything about it.
The ICC.
Okay, so here's one or two basics for you, right? You need to look at the geography of where Mongolia is.
What difference does that make?
Okay. So just listen, please. So you need to look at the geography, right? If they were to arrest Vladimir Putin, right? How the hell are they supposed to get him out the country without having the Russian Air Force and the Chinese Air Force?
That's their problem.
No. That's the thing. The thing is, there's now ways to get around the ICC. It's like you're expected to be held to the standard of the ICC and follow the ICC's rules, unless you just suddenly don't want to. Like with Putin, when he was supposed to go to South Africa. And South Africa literally told the ICC, hey, we really don't want to arrest Putin. And Putin was like, hey, South Africa, if you arrest me, I will literally declare war on you. And South Africa turned around to the ICC and went, hey, we're not going to arrest him. And the ICC went, oh, well.
So, the ICC is only as good as and is only as enforceable as the military powers behind it. Because if you're going to go and arrest somebody...
What powers? They don't have powers behind them. That's the point.
No, exactly. I know that's the point. Sam, I'm trying to make that point. Come on.
Damn it.
So exactly. The ICC is a paper tiger event. It is weak. It is it's not even a paper tiger because tigers at least.
Yeah, it's not even a tiger.
Yeah, it is a little kitten of a court which has no real frame of reference. The only time the ICC has any might behind it is when we want to do things like Radovan Karadzic and people like that. Other than that, it's a useless court that wastes a lot of time and energy and talks a good talk but has no enforceability.
I would love to see the United States bomb the Netherlands. I would love that.
just for no reason.
I mean, that would be kind of funny. It would be funny.
They try to arrest an American or an ally, and we just fly some B-2s over.
No, Auntie. The thing is, it's obviously we're not saying actually bomb them. Like, here's the thing though, it's just amazing the hypocrisy of the rest of the world, where everyone else is saying U.S., Israel, Ukraine, follow all these standards. And then it's like, okay, are you going to follow the standards? No. Okay, so why are you held? So if we're already playing the game of might is right, and you can just threaten whoever you want and get what you want, why can't we do it?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm all for us bombing Kaliningrad as a practice run for the main event on Moscow. To be honest with you,
The problem is, though, in a lot of these countries, the allies between countries is a lot stronger than the organizations they follow to be allied with each other. Like, say, for example, Britain and the United States are a lot closer as personal allies than they are under the NATO umbrella. Otherwise, Britain wouldn't be
a lot easier for us, the U.S., if it would take any confusion off the table if we left NATO.
Well, this is the problem, though. America basically single-handedly props up NATO.
Well, here's the thing. It's not a lot. What a lot of people think is a lot of people have a misconception about the whole thing of funding NATO and where the money goes. It's not like we just give money and it goes to NATO as an organization, and then that somehow helps NATO prop up. What this thing is with like dedicating X% amount of your budget to NATO forces, it's propping up units within your own military that can be used in NATO combined arms efforts. So like you need to put X amount % of your GDP towards units that would be, if NATO called upon them, those units would be the ones that cooperate in NATO operations.
How many of the European countries are spending their required amount under?
I think there's only 2.
Actually, no. Within the last year, a bunch of them.
Well, that doesn't count.
Yeah.
And one thing that I would argue, I would push back a little bit against this argument.
How many?
And I'm looking at it.
Yeah. The reason I would push back a little bit against that GDP argument is because maybe it's because of the human cost equivalency that has to be dealt with by European powers all the time. By
Did they agree to it or not?
Okay, so hang on, Hammer. Well, actually, it's not an actual official written thing. It's kind of one of those agreed. It's kind of like a gentleman's agreement. It's not an actual official rule. So before the war in Ukraine, it looks like 13 met that requirement. As of right now, 23 out of 32 countries do.
Okay.
So they've stepped to their credit. It was about half, a little under half before. To their credit, they've stepped it up.
And let's see what they do when the war ends, when they stop.
Hammer, guess what Poland's at?
Poland's dope. I'm down with
Dude, Poland's at 4.12% right now. Poland's like, yeah, fuck this, we're down.
I'm down with Poland. Poland's great, but I think the United States absolutely 100% should leave NATO.
Yeah, but Hammer, the issue that I have with these arguments over GDP is that there's a lot of countries as well who are dealing with decades plus long human wave issues related to conflict, and they're having to spend a lot of money dealing with refugees and asylum seekers.
Not our problem.
I was going to say, even from Britain, that isn't our problem.
Yeah, one at a time.
Oh my goodness. I just land my plane, please. Thanks. So when you consider the sheer volume of refugees and asylum seekers that is related to the fact that there's proximity to all the major conflict zones over the past 20-30 years, when you consider that and the amount of money having to be spent, they are when we look at the total contribution, I'd be arguing that all these countries have been contributing way more to the overall effort. If you're on about raw military numbers, agreed, they could do more, but there is a lot more money being spent on top of the military side of NATO because NATO is not purely a fuck around and find out organization. It's supposed to have a humanitarian side.
The problem is what you're supposed to. It's not a written, but it's agreed upon, the 2% thing, because even if you don't have that many soldiers and troops per capita or anything, it allows you to at least have a say in the fight or have a dog in the fight and work cohesively with the other NATO nations. Like, for example, Canada has just stopped giving a fuck, period. Like, even the rest of NATO, the entirety of NATO looked at Canada and was like, hey, you need to up your spending, and Canada just went, no.
Are they training with actual firearms in Germany yet, or are they still using broomsticks?
No, they are training with actual firearms now.
Oh, all right. What a step up.
Yeah, well, the thing is they had to pull a stick out their ass. That's why.
Well, this is what I was trying to say about the
Yep, Spartan, agreed.
Is that take Britain, for example. We spend out so much to Ukraine and so much to Israel on top of our NATO contributions that realistically we can't put any more of our GDP towards it because our personal alliance with the United States is costing us more than what it would be to fund NATO.
Wait, where are you from?
I'm from the UK, but I have dual citizenship into the US.
Oh, okay, but the UK doesn't give that much to Israel. I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing, actually. They just stopped selling them weapons, too.
Yeah, because we've now started sending, I think we've, at last count, sent 12 billion to Ukraine.
And we're making money from it, so chill. We're making money from it, so chill.
The UK never provided aid to Israel. They just sold weapons.
Yeah, we made money. It was a business deal. It wasn't an aid package.
Right, but now they stopped selling it because
which is
apparently the UK is so flush with money they don't need to do business with Israel.
Oh yeah,
anymore.
Germany's about to start swallowing up contracts from people who stop selling stuff to Israel. Germany is ready to go.
Germany stopped moving stuff to Israel too.
No. So the German military-industrial complex has actually just started signing contracts with Israel. Their industrial complex doesn't care.
I'm telling you, the government.
They bought the arrow. They bought the arrow.
The government of Germany is slow walking a lot of equipment to Israel right now.
But
they signed a 15.4 billion ILS, which is about $4 billion for the air defense system. But I just want to contribute one more sentence. I've just Googled about where is the detention center of the ICC.
Where?
It's in a place called Schwenningen. Actually, beautiful place, I must tell you. It's in the outskirts of The Hague. They got libraries, they got basketball hall, even a tennis. Beautiful rooms, I must say, even a conference room.
There you go. International
Schwenningen.
A built-in mansion.
What country is that?
Schwenningen. In The Hague, in Holland.
Oh,
in
in
the
Holland.
outskirts. Yeah, it's in the outskirts of The Hague.
So
There's a
you may
little
be an
town
international war criminal, but at least you get
called
somewhere nice.
Schwenningen. And from what I see and from where it locations, I can certainly assume that what we did in Entebbe can definitely repeat itself. With no problem, Israel special forces would go in, rescue Netanyahu. No problem.
Who cares? All right. And if I think we got opposition here, and if we do, I'm probably gonna start cleaning up the panel. Josie, Jose, what's up?
Jose, dude, Jose.
You'd be surprised how many people are just. It's Josie. I've genuinely met multiple Josies without the I after the S. It's very confusing. Jose, what's up?
Nothing much, guys. You know what it is? I've just been on another live panel with some pro-Palestinian. It just shocks me the information they discuss and some of the things that happen.
They
and
did.
it's shocking. It's shocking. It really, the things they say, the anti-Semitic stuff, it shocks the hell out of me, and I'm very surprised these things are going on.
I'm not surprised.
I am. I'll be honest, I'm new to this. I'm a third-generation Hindu Portuguese.
Jose, let me put this into perspective to you so you can stop being surprised. For a 3-week period, because the opposition thought I was Jewish, I had the most anti-Semitic comment section on TikTok. For reference, I am a random white agnostic dude with no religious affiliation or anything related to Israel. I had out of 25,000 comments I had in a 3-week period, over 10,000 of them were blatantly anti-Semitic to the effect of "Go jump in an oven," "H-Man was right," "Bring back the Austrian painter," "Go put on your pajamas," "Here's a gold star." I had over 500 direct message unaliving threats, and they even did a facial structure analysis of me. They took a screenshot of my face and did a video where they measured the proportions of my face to determine that I was secretly a Jew.
Wow.
That's actually funny.
Holy hell.
It's actually funny.
Yeah, I was there for that comment section.
Hold on, Sam. You literally live rent-free in their head the entire time.
By the way, Sam, you are about as Jewish as a ham sandwich.
Hey, let me go make some bacon right now.
Oh, well, don't eat a Welsh breakfast then, because that's got both shellfish on it and pork.
I think the face thing is funny. I gotta be honest with you.
They did it, Hammer. They did it to moderate case too. With moderate, so for me, they got the proportions. They said the proportions showed that I was a Jew. But for moderate, they were like, "Well, look at the sunkenness of his eye sockets and how the shape of his nose with the shadow of this and that. He's obviously a Jew too." And I was like, "What are you people talking about?"
Moderate case looked like he could have been a guard at Auschwitz.
Hold on. Because he looks emaciated, they think he's a Jew.
Moderate case goose stepping around out there.
No, Hammer, he's doing it on the plantation.
It's crazy.
Remember, because these are anti-Jew comments, these won't get banned, but you say one thing against anyone else, and suddenly...
Oh, dude, I pissed off the communist community again. I had a communist yesterday just straight up make a video saying that I should face the wall, and if they don't unalive me, which they want to, I should unalive myself.
The communist community.
Like it's, the commies are back.
Communists need to just shut the hell up.
It sounds like a place.
To remember, their ideology is flawed on every level.
Yeah, no, I pissed off the commies.
Can you imagine how much the communist
True American patriot right here.
Oh, it must stink. There must be a stench to the communist
community. Dude, Hammer, this dude has an entire playlist on debunking myths about North Korea.
Well, yeah, of course the communists stink, because they believe in sharing everything, because they share the dirty soap.
Ryuk just put in the comments, Modera looks like he asked him some shoes under the floorboard.
Wait. Oh my god. What if we redid that scene and someone just photoshopped his face over I wanna see someone make an edit with Moderate's face over the dude asking if the Jews are under the floorboard.
Oh,
Going hard on Poindexter. Going hard.
Well, he's asleep, so we have to bully him.
No.
I messaged him and he was like, "Oh yeah, I've been going to bed at a normal time the last few days." And I was like, "Oh, you suck."
Yeah, he didn't show up for Jupiter last night. He's on the shit list.
Oh.
Who's on the
All right.
shit list?
All right, Ariel and Valkyrie, thanks for coming up. I'm gonna clear up some space though for now. I got some other people that I think are coming up, but thank you. I appreciate it.
He's just trying to get rid of you guys. He's
Sure,
making
thank
up
you,
this
Sam.
story.
Thanks, Sam.
He just doesn't have the balls to drop you like I do. He's making up this story.
I just did.
He's expecting people to come up. He just made that up. He just doesn't want you here.
There's someone right there.
He's just not that into you.
Like 30
okay?
years ago. What are you on about?
Oh, Hammer, I saw that you were requesting on History Reveals Live earlier, and he texted me and he goes, "I want to let Hammer up, but I'm afraid of what he's gonna say."
I can't believe he didn't let me up.
And then I was like, "No, let him up. It'll be funny. He just wants to bomb Russia." And he goes, "But I'd be afraid to drop him if he said something bad."
Oh, dude, he's on the list. He's on the list. He's on the naughty
Hammer,
list.
have you got naughty and nice list, have you, Hammer?
No Santa for you, History Revealed, if you're out there. If you guys get in contact with History Revealed, you tell them Hebrew Hammer said no Santa Claus for him this year, and I'm after him for not bringing me up on his live. I'm after him.
He said, what was it? Hang on.
He violated the fifth commandment. He didn't honor his daddy.
He said,
honor his daddy.
He said, "I love Hammer, but he will just be rude to people he keeps requesting." And I said, "Let him up. He supports Ukraine and wants to nuke Moscow." Lamau. He goes, "I love Hammer, but I feel I can't drop him."
He's in big trouble. He is.
Are you okay?
You just threw him under the bus. I'm telling you right now, and he's in big trouble. I'm coming for you, History Revealed. Spread the word, everybody.
This dude on YouTube says, the dude that's been being flagrantly racist and anti-Semitic in my comment section says, "Oh, as expected, random right-wing white boy afraid of commies in the closet." So, dude, you're like throwing heads with everyone. What is with commies just like hating everyone? Also, I'm not right-wing. I am very, very center. I'm not afraid of commies. I laugh at their face. And a good attempt at attacking gay people?
I'm very right-wing.
I'm not.
I'm extremely right-wing. Ultra-conservative, you could call me. It's fine. I'm very comfortable with that. Very comfortable.
God damn it. We had someone connecting and then they didn't connect all the way. Whoever that was, request back up. I'll accept Sanders for now. Oh, and Sanders just auto left. What the fuck? The host is in love with Hammer. No, I could never love a bald. I could never love a.
Not in love with the Hammer.
I'm sorry, I could never love a bald person.
Who's not in love with the Hammer? That's the question you should be asking. Everybody's in love with the Hammer.
Now play victim for a year. What are you talking about, Yuval? Yuval, why don't you come up and have a discussion? Are you capable of that? What up, Sanders?
Sorry about the auto drop. I was
name.
in an elevator, so I lost connection.
The second you connect.
Yuval is an elevator's name. I mean, an elevator's name is an Israeli name.
Cable Wire, whatever happened to Tango? She quit coming up. She came up yesterday. She's been doing her own lives. She's been bouncing around, but she came up yesterday.
Wait, Hammer, what are you saying? Like, what's the connection between being in an elevator and having an Israeli name?
No, he's talking to this guy in the comment section, and his name is Yuval. And I said, that's an Israeli name, but you had said elevator right before, and I just said elevator.
Oh, sorry, I was very confused for a second.
I can understand.
We have a lot of elevators. It's Tel Aviv.
Yeah,
building the skyscrapers.
No connection there. That was just my misspoken English. But I'm listening to Auntie's version of whatever language adjacent to English, and it's messing with my ability to speak.
Dude, I can't. Hammer, how long do you think until the Texan accent takes over, Auntie?
Not soon enough. His accent is awful.
I think we got opposition. I think you got it. Abu, what's up?
Abu Ismail Lee.
Fucking stupid shit. Fuck you. Fucking stupid Israel are the
Abu, can I ask you a question?
guys. Fuck
Abu,
you.
can I ask you a question?
Smartest
you,
Palestinian
bitch
right
ass.
there.
Fuck
Can I ask you a question?
I'll just mute him so you can ask anyways. He won't know he's muted.
But I want him to pay
Lick my
attention.
hairy big nuts.
Abu, let's talk, me and you. Can I ask you a question, please?
What is it?
Are you Muslim?
Yes.
Okay. So my question for you is this. Did you go to morning prayers today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever miss morning prayers?
No.
That's a good thing. And would you like to know why?
Why?
Because according to the Hadith, if you miss the morning prayer, the shaitan will come and piss in your ears. Did you know that? That's what Muhammad said. So
You're
don't
the
ever miss the
fucking
morning prayers because I don't want you to get your ears
You're the
pissed in.
fucking shaitan.
Unless of course that's your kink. In which case, if you like people pissing on you,
Israel.
then maybe you should miss morning prayers, and then you can make it like a wake up in the morning sexual thing.
Wait, Abu, what about the... Oh, he left. I was going to ask him, what about the Arabs in Israel?
That is an example of the most intelligent Arab we got. You know?
Someone said, you got Aladdin's monkey on the chat. Where did you find him?
I made a golden shower Islam joke. That's a good one. Credit to me.
I forgot Aladdin's monkey was named Abu.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta hand it to him.
I didn't even get to kick him. They just ran away.
And it's like, I gotta get to sleep. I don't want to miss the morning prayers. That's what he was doing.
The morning prayers are we talking indoctrination? What's the difference?
Auntie, how long until the Texan accent takes over when you get here?
Don't know. It all depends on you know on
Bruce. Yes, Bruce.
Like at the end of the day, right? If Texan guys
100%.
like this accent, then I'm going to stick with my accent. But then the thing is, I'm going to have to learn the Southern accent because how the hell am I supposed to?
It'll come naturally. It'll happen.
How the hell am I supposed to be sarcastic to Texans in a British accent?
It'll yeah, we'll just laugh at you. It'll happen though. Rawls, what's up?
What's going on, man? I was on last night and then my data cut out.
You sound like a robot.
Yeah, shit data. Anyways, I find it very curious that you and your buddy can just openly hate on. I'm Christian myself. I said this last night. On another religion, but the second you bring up Yiddish or Hebrew behind closed doors, it's anti-Semitism.
No, not at all.
First off, it wasn't 6 million Jews. It was 71,000.
Wait, hang on, Rawls. Hey, you can't say that word. You can't say the R word. Hey, everyone in chat, remember when I called out the little slip of the tongue yesterday where Rawls revealed that he was just an actual neo-Nazi yesterday and he denied it? There we go. It's almost like I called it. Raw, it's weird how I called that yesterday. You like flat out denied it. You had the slip of the tongue when you said that that U.S. government documents were done in Yiddish behind doors because you said that it was the Jews in charge. When I called you out on it, you got scared and backed into a corner on that one. It's weird how I called you out for being a blatant anti-Semitic fuck. And now you just come in with the blatant Holocaust denial. Criticizing Israel and Jews and Judaism is not anti-Semitic in itself. Like, you could criticize it all you want. But you, on the other hand, ooh, boy. Still curious whether you groom your mustache daily or weekly. But, I bet you he's still talking, doesn't realize that he's muted.
Like, can he just show us where the poor man touched him?
Hang on. I don't think he knows that he's muted. I don't think he knows that he's muted. Hey, everyone in chat, we already counted him yesterday in the Yahtzee counter. Do we add him again? Put a 1 in chat if we add him again, because it's a different day, or 2 if we don't. What do we do?
Rawls, do you want to hear some Yiddish? Because I can speak Yiddish, bro. You want to hear some?
Even the dude that's being super hateful in my YouTube chat was like, I'm Palestinian and even I won't deny the Holocaust.
This guy should definitely be counted again.
You know you fucked up when
when even the Palestinians sit there like, whoa, man, that's too far.
You counted twice.
Okay, it looks like I see more ones.
And then come back later.
Stop muting people. It's abuse of power host. Okay, well, you get muted now. Hammer already beat me to it. Hammer immediately. Way to go, Hammer. On the same page there, bud.
Do people not realise what a host actually does and what powers a host actually has?
Hammer, I went to click his name and it said unmute. And I was like, wait, I didn't mute him yet. Then I saw right below that it said King Hammer muted him.
I didn't mute him.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, the one that said stop muting people, it's abuse of power. You immediately muted him. I don't know if he's figured out that he's muted yet. He's probably still talking. Mossad must have something on you, or you're a shekel hunter. Nope, just a broke bitch. I would love if Mossad would pay me, though. If Mossad would pay me to do what I'm already doing for free, that'd be nice.
Sam, you don't get paid, do you?
Dude, I get here's how much money I make off this. We have 51 coins donated this stream. That's how much I've made. That is like a penny.
Oh my god, you're TikTok rich.
Mossad is like the boogie.
TikTok rich. You're legit TikTok rich right now.
These people think Mossad is like the boogeyman when like the CIA is so much worse.
Oh, we're not even like we used to be.
Wait a second. This guy is still up here on mute.
Yeah, I know that. I'm waiting to see how long it takes.
Jesus Christ. It's unbelievable.
Jesus Christ won't save you because he's not real.
These people are so dumb.
Jesus Christ ain't real. There's no saving from Jesus.
Hey, there is archaeological evidence and documentation to prove that Jesus did exist as a human being.
Nah, I still don't buy it. I reckon
I do.
See, my thing is, there is stuff in the Bible and the Torah that I can see as being real, like especially the stuff that's backed up by archaeological evidence, like the Battle of David and Goliath. There is proof that happened. There is actual archaeological proof that happened. Rawls, you're still muted. I don't know why you're typing in chat.
like there's lots of things that can be said. It's proven, but isn't necessarily.
The fucking mods muted him for the live, so he has to unmute on the stream.
Abe. ICC is coming for Netanyahu. Abe, are you listening to me?
Abe's in the chat. Abe's not up here.
Yeah, it wasn't 6 million, my friend.
Oh,
so when you
hang on, Rawls, you waited to interrupt someone in the middle of them talking. Hold on a second.
Can I say something for you in Yiddish?
Sure. Mitzvah PP.
Sure, I'll say something for you in Yiddish. You can go look it up later. Rawls.
Yes, please.
Rawls yesh bulbul katan. Rawls yesh bulbul katan. Go look it up later, okay?
You're not taking my foreskin, buddy.
Rawls,
you're not having it. I know you want it.
That's
not. Then you're gonna suck the blood.
That's not what
you're
he said.
You're gonna suck the blood. It's a Jewish practice.
So Rawls, hang on. Why is it yesterday when I called you out with your slip of the tongue?
We're gonna use that blood. We're gonna use that blood to cook our matzah, bro. Don't you know?
Rawls, why is it? Hang on, Rawls. Why is it when
Coming for you.
I knew you were anti-Semitic when you slipped up yesterday, but why did you deny it so hard when I called you out on it? Why didn't you just own it then?
Because it's not anti-Semitism; it's just recognition.
No,
right?
what you're doing right now, what you're doing right now, no. No, what you're doing right now is blatant anti-Semitism because you're using blatant anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and parroting them. The anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that have been anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that have been used to justify the slaughtering of Jews throughout the centuries, like the whole thing of Jews taking the blood of Christian children to make their bread. That is literally an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that was spread through what?
Legit.
It's totally real.
It makes it sweet, Rawls. It makes it sweet, sweet Martha, baby.
Anti-Semitic conspiracy
Sweet.
theory. Like, do you not hear yourself, bro?
Sweet.
Do you not hear yourself? It's like
Oh,
it's not
positive.
anti-Semitic.
Oh,
How
positive.
could a collective
Oh,
of
positive blood.
millions of
That's
people
Martha.
throughout
You have no idea.
thousands
You
of
have no
years
idea.
come to the same conclusion? It's
Well-
not because I'm
well-
not a Hollywood director.
Rawls,
or I'm not a banker. I could care less.
Rawls. It wasn't thousands of people coming to the same conclusion. It was a book written about Jews that spread this propaganda that people like you fall for.
Why are you talking to this guy?
I don't know.
No, it's not propaganda.
Hey,
I believe it.
I
You
hope
fall for it.
someone really doesn't report to your job how anti-Semitic you are and send them the clips of you saying things like this. That would be awful.
A weirdo.
Do you know what?
It's
Do you know
just
what?
a weirdo.
Like, when it comes to these anti-Semitic people, firstly, I do not understand where this actually all comes from. It's almost as if they have been brainwashed into being a bunch of assholes.
I don't care.
Sam, I just want to let you know that I'm babysitting my nephew, and I was like, Jonah, watch this. We're gonna show this is a Nazi. and this is
Hey, the
Sam.
word
He's a racist.
Yahtzee. You can't say it.
Nazi. This is a. Sorry.
Yeah. Don't show children this kind of live. What are you doing? No, stop it.
Dude, I have my headphones in.
Don't be a Palestinian parent.
He doesn't talk. He has no idea what's going on.
Hammer. Do you remember that live that Nick had with that Milagro dude, the grifter? I am very upset that none of you called him out for the fact that he embodies the Palestinian parent, because he used his daughter as a human shield against the pro-Palestinian protesters at UCLA.
I barely got to talk that.
No, I'm just saying I'm upset that you guys didn't call it. Like, it would have been perfect for you to be like, man, you should be on the pro-Palestine side. You embody what their parents do.
I triggered that cat real good.
Oh.
That was hilarious.
That was so good. Horsemanship, what's up?
Hi, hello.
Hello, what's up?
Oh, all good. Just I saw you live yesterday, and then I come in today to see what it's about, and I agree with you.
Ah, okay.
This is all.
Case closed.
King Hebrew, I think.
That's me.
Yeah, you speak in Hebrew.
Not well.
But what you say 5 minutes ago was Hebrew. I speak in Hebrew as
Yeah.
well. So
I told him he had a bulbul katan.
yeah, I understand it, and I like Yiddish. It's Hebrew.
Like-
I
like
know
this.
That and about 25 other words.
Like this, Rob Yesh Bulbul Katan.
Yeah, I don't know that much. I don't know. I mean, I could probably have a very poor conversation with you. I could understand you better than I can speak.
That's me with Spanish.
You speak Spanish?
I can understand Spanish. So when I talk to my wife's family, I can sit there and understand them on FaceTime, and then I will say stuff in English, and my mother-in-law will translate because I can't speak Spanish to save my damn life.
But you can understand it.
I can understand her family pretty well. Yeah, takes me a second.
So if I say mi verga es la verga de fuego, you know what that means.
What's funny to me is that I live in a country that half of the people speak Arab.
God damn it!
Oh, then I missed something.
I'm not.
Pinche jue.
In another language, that's why.
He's speaking Spanish.
Oh, dude, I'm trilingual. What are you talking about?
I say my dog is trilingual. He understands dog, English, and getting screamed at in Spanish.
LBD, are you in Israel?
Yeah, I'm from. I talk a minute. It's my business account on TikTok. I don't have a private account.
Okay.
So it took me a minute. Yeah, I'm from Israel.
Are you
I
in
live
Israel now?
Not so much north. I'm not like evacuated, but it was few nights of non-sleep.
Galilee?
Even in my area.
Galilee?
Emek Israel, actually. It's
Okay.
like, it's in the middle of the north.
Yeah. Very good. Stay safe. Be
Yeah,
well.
I'm more afraid of my animals. It sounds crazy, I know, but I have a bomb shelter. They don't. So every time we have the fan system. So I'm very glad about it. But every time at the first, when it started in the north, every time was a bombing, I ran to the stables to check the horses. I have a pregnant mare there. She's not needed to be at distress. She's doing better than me. When Iran launched at us in 1st of October, I go to the camera and I saw them take a snack for the able and then look at the fireworks. So they take it easier than me,
Very
the
good.
animals. So this is nice to know.
But hey, to the real quick, this one's important because this dude's actually starting to irritate me now. The dude in chat that is now. Oh wait, he's actually coming. Hey, LBD, I'm gonna drop you because I got someone who needs to be smacked around a bit. But thank you for coming up. We appreciate the support.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Baruch Hashem.
Okay, let's see this. Let's see. Hey, Bpar, you said that no one was SA'd on October 7th, right?
Oh, let's hear what this Mephagir has to say.
Oh, Andy's gone. All right. So for those that don't know, because so the people.
He's a Mephagir.
What do you mean? Oh, I gotta drop you, Hammer. You got flagged. Come back. So, this is the report from the UN on what happened on October 7th. The mission report, the official visit of the office of the SRSG-SVC to Israel and the occupied West Bank, January 29th to February 14, 2024, sexual violence and conflict. This goes over everything that happened, the different kibbutzins and the autopsies they went over, and everything that happened on October 7th, and where they admit that, yes, grapings happened. Even unalived bodies were graped. So your whole thing of, oh, the fictional people that were fictionally graped on October 7th, go and read this report. It's 23 pages long. I know reading is hard for some of you, but go and read that report.
Like how can people deny the events that have actually happened? That's what I don't get. It's like personally, like if shit goes down, I'd want to know the actual truth behind it instead of ignoring it because it doesn't suit a particular paradigm.
Who wrote that report? The United Nations sexual what is it? The SRSG-SVC committee.
Yep.
It's literally a team that goes out and investigates sexual violence in different war zones.
Yeah, I know, but then that's too many facts for some of these smooth brains.
So to find that report, if you want to find that report, Google UN sexual violence in conflict October 7th.
Yeah, that's
Bow, you are not connecting. Try re-requesting.
Yeah, the UN, the same body that has also condemned Israel. So it's so I would argue the most balanced people to actually make this judgment.
That's what I don't like is there's different sections of the UN that are extremely competent. Like UNICEF is really fucking good at their job. Some of the people that do investigative reports are really good. Like the guys that did the investigation on Mariupol and some of the occupied territories in Ukraine, very good. The people that were actually supposed to be monitoring conflict zones and stuff, like those people for the most part just fucking suck. Like, again, I've told this before. I witnessed the guys in Ukraine that were supposed to be at the front lines documenting what was going on. They didn't do shit. They didn't go to the front line. They sat at a fucking swanky hotel and smoked cigarettes outside all day long.
Yeah, like those sorts of people. Do you know what I think it is, Sam, right? You know, at work, you've got to go to, like, conflict resolution seminars and things like that. I just think that they just did a UN conflict resolution seminar, and those people were then picked to actually be officials to deal with conflict resolution, and they didn't quite get the memo. It's like they are that useless. It's like don't be a twat. And what do they go and be? They go and be a twat. It just doesn't make any sense.
Hammer, no camera on this account?
I don't want to get you flagged.
Wait, what got? No, it was for it. What? Hang on. What did you get flagged for?
It wasn't for nicotine?
No.
Oh.
No, I think it was harassment and bullying.
Oh, that's not. That doesn't sound like me.
Never.
I just want to throw hands
Slanderous
at people.
accusation.
I'm being really chilled out and reserved on this live because I'm trying to protect Sam's reputation.
I don't give a shit.
Well, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
No,
What is
no,
this, your
you
fourth
keep on telling
account?
me not to swear and stuff, and I'm just like, that's not.
Yeah, there's certain trigger words, and then there's stuff that Hammer says, which get him in trouble directly.
Yeah.
Hang on. Someone asked Israel shotting at Irish soldiers. GJ. Yeah. Show me which Irish soldiers were shot at.
We shot potatoes at them. They were thankful.
Oh, did you guys hear the report that Italy admitted in at the UN that it wasn't Israel that shot at them?
Hammer.
What?
No.
What?
Potatoes? Famine?
Oh, the potato joke?
Jokes.
The potato joke?
Yeah, my family had to deal with with the English over that bullshit. So please.
It wasn't me. Well, I didn't do it to you, so what do you want from me?
Auntie, hang on.
I have a question to someone in the chat. Uga Love, how many armies have you seen in your lifetime? Like the cruelest.
I have seen.
Do you see a lot? Like, what does that even mean? Also, if we're gonna complain about UNIFIL, I am so ready for that. I just got back from a month and a half in Lebanon, so I'm so ready to complain about these.
UNIFIL sounds like Mirror Universe NFL.
All right, we got to do guess. Zach, what's up? What's on your mind? Zach, hello. Zach, and Andy's gone.
No, not another runner.
All right. Come on, where's my opposition? Hey, who's on what side? Paradise View. So the people on the panel right now are just my friends up here because the opposition seems very unwilling or just very blatantly willing to use ad hominems and anti-Semitism as part of the basis of their argument. They seem very not willing to actually have coherent discussions tonight, Paradise.
Like if there's any like orc hunters orc lovers out there, please come and have a conversation with me. Any orc lovers, please come and have a conversation.
Or me, hello.
Because I love chatting to orc lovers.
Views these idiot pal in my YouTube chat, pal. You have said some of those vile, disgusting shit on par with a lot of the people in my TikTok chat tonight. So I'm very curious how you could say that I am on the wrong side of history. I am using factual-based arguments. Nothing you have said is very convincing in any way. What side am I on? I'm on the side of supporting both Ukraine and Israel. You're gonna, if you want my take on something specific, you're gonna have to be a little bit more specific, Paradise.
Free potatoes.
Free potatoes. God damn it.
Hammer.
Ireland was the only Western European country that didn't celebrate the death of H-Man. They actually were sad. I don't care about Ireland. I wish The Hague was there. We could blow them up too.
Oh my god.
That's a little bit of a misinterpretation of what happened. It's not that
Auntie, I believe in manifest destiny. I believe the United States should conquer the world. I don't know what to tell you.
Hammer, right? Firstly, the United States provided plenty of money for the Irish to blow up their own country. It's fine. It was called the Northern Aid Committee. You don't need to basically give them more weapons to blow themselves up. They're doing that themselves.
I think we should bomb them with potatoes. Just B-52s, B-2 bombers, just filled with potatoes.
No.
Okay. Someone in YouTube chat says you're a fascist moron. Nothing has convinced me otherwise, and F Ukraine too. Ironic that you are supporting the colonizer on both sides of this conflict, pal. I also provide me one thing that I have said or done that is indicative of me being a fascist. Would love to know that.
I'll freely admit
Spuds out.
Spuds away.
I'll freely admit the Irish people need education on the real issues, and they need to be told the truth.
They need to be conquered.
I freely admit that.
They need to be conquered.
Okay. It's besides the point.
So do you guys. You get
Yike.
UK, we should conquer you too.
Yike, what's up?
Yo, what's up?
What's on your mind?
So I'm not gonna come on here like yelling and cussing and all the anti-Semitism.
Okay.
I don't agree with that.
Okay,
I just have a few clarifying questions.
Yeah, what's up?
In regards to more so like, for example, October 7th was I guess characterized as one of the worst days or one of the worst attacks since 9/11 or something like that, right? So how does one of the top intelligence agencies in the world, Mossad, manage to allow
Complacency.
Hamas, a next door neighbor, to invade?
Same way we allowed 9/11 to happen through complacency. Some people we got into a rhythm. We thought nobody can touch us. Then someone said, "Hey, this thing might happen," and we went, "Yeah, that'll never happen. Good luck with that."
Right. But my thing with 9/11 is that even with 9/11, TSA was informed, airport security was low. But now we are in the 21st century with we have
Was it 9/11 in the 21st century?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Complacency doesn't apply. You don't. That's what complacency is. It's you get comfortable in a rhythm and you think you're untouchable. Israel had a lot of stuff that they did wrong, where they thought no one can touch us, and they screwed up, and a conglomeration of things came together for the perfect storm of get fucked Israel.
Wait
So
a
like,
second. Was there another 9/11 that happened in the 20th century that I missed?
No. I'm just saying in terms of, I mean, the complacency in terms of 9/11 was pretty obvious in terms of not having security on airplane before boarding airplanes. But in terms of this event, you just had literal people parachuting from, was it even planes?
you mean the paragliders?
Or paragliders, right?
Yeah, no. So again,
Just over your border?
here's how this happens. The fuck up number one, because the cyber attack was going to happen. You're not going to be able to prevent something like that if you don't know how the cyber attack's going to come. Fuck up number one was skeleton crew on a holiday. Israel had a double holiday, but what they had was essentially what's known in the military as a skeleton crew. Instead of, let's say I've got 10 guys to man this entry point of this gate, it's a holiday, so most of you are going to be at home. I'm only going to need 3 guys to run it. If you're in a hostile zone, that shouldn't happen. Doesn't matter how confident you are, that should not happen. But it did. The Marine Corps does the same thing on our bases. When we've got a holiday, we have a skeleton crew run the gates and shit. It sucks and it's annoying, but it is what it is. On top of that, it was with that holiday, you've got half of the military who doesn't have their cell phones on them or has them turned off and is off doing whatever the fuck they're doing for their free holiday day. Also, the missile strikes. When the missiles came raining in, the sirens went off. Well, what is the Israeli military's policy or procedure for when the missiles start coming in? Just like the civilians, they take cover. They abandon their posts and they take cover. That is a massive fuck up and a massive complacency issue. Just because missiles are coming in, you still have a post to stand. You should not have left that post. And that's something that I criticize. Now, add into that the cyber attack that took out a bunch of the cameras. You've got the perfect storm of being able to take advantage of the gate. Now, you've got all your soldiers that are essentially on vacation for the day. They're all over the country. They don't have their cell phones on them, or their cell phones are turned off. You have to get a hold of all of them, get the word out, tell everyone where to go, assemble them, get their gear, assess the situation, figure out where they're going, figure out what the strategy is, figure out the plan of attack, and update that information as you go, all while you're still having limited communication, active rockets coming in, and a still continuous cyber attack. They got complacent.
Yeah. It was a perfect storm for anybody to attack Israel at that point, which is really shit, but it happened, and now Israel's like, this is never fucking happening ever again. And the way that happens is they need to take out the T group next door.
You're like,
people are moaning that Israel is defending itself.
Hang on, we haven't even gotten that far yet. But Israel gets like 1,000. I think it's Israel reported that they get like 1,000 tips a month or attacks that they either thwart or filter through and see how legitimate they are. And they had received multiple reports and indications that something like this was going to be attempted. And they flat out ended up admitting, yeah, we looked at that and thought that was so unbelievably impossible that they'd never be able to pull that off that we actually laughed it off. Like, they got way too cocky and overconfident, and it screwed them. And that's why people are going to be held accountable in the investigation following when everything's done. Like, the people that got complacent and ultimately said, yeah, that's not going to happen, and didn't even look into it, those people are going to be held accountable. Does that answer your question on the 7th?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, by the way,
for the most part.
Huh?
remember
hang on. What on T first, and Saunders, and then back to Yike.
May I just quickly deal with some misinformation? Lee Halstow, Russia is only hated because they haven't adopted the American dollar, much like Saddam
Who cares
Hussein.
about the
That is
comments?
complete crap.
Who cares? That dude has no idea what he's talking about. Who cares about the comments? Wait, we got a guest up here. We got to focus on the guest now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, Sanders, go real quick.
To give some this is I guess anecdote, but like similar life advice, and not like life experience. I was on the border of Gaza a year before the war, like the year before in 2022, and there were rockets every time there's a holiday. I've seen people be like, well, when they sent the rockets at like in the middle of the night, why didn't they send the entire army down there? Like, because we get rockets every month. We get rockets on every holiday, on every this. It was no one expected all of this to follow.
And Sanders, what's that when the rockets come in, the sirens go off? What's your routine?
Well, I was in the tanks, so we do go into our tanks because the rockets couldn't pierce, like their mortars can't always pierce the tanks.
But I'm saying, like, the guys at the guard post, what do they do? Yeah.
Regular infantry, intelligence, everyone on bases goes into the bomb shelter.
Yeah, I think that's dumb. I think you should still have someone watching out. That's dumb to me.
So there is supposed to people stay at the gate of the base, like on the gates, but like what happens is that's only one or two guys. Everyone who's on the cameras was supposed to.
Well, that's when the cyber attacks came in. That's when the cyber attacks came in too, and the cameras all went down. On top of that, when the cyber attacks went down, or the cameras went down, and they were trying to get the cameras back up, Hamas used drones similar to what's in Ukraine, and they dropped grenades on the actual physical cameras. So even when they would get the cameras back up, now there's no camera. You have no visibility.
The standard procedure is to keep people at the actual gates of the base, and people like at least one person with the cameras. But they had ways to get around the cameras. They had ways to deal with all that, and no one's actually on the fence of Gaza. Like all bases are at least a little bit farther back. Like, so I've seen people be like, "Well, how are they not at these defense points that are like literally the gate? Like, because the gate is just a giant gate. It's not like a defense point. It is now, but at the time they weren't."
Yike, does that answer your question on the stuff from the 7th?
For the most part.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else you got?
As far as you guys' reason for backing Israel in terms of this conflict, is it coming from a religious standpoint, or is it just?
I'm a random agnostic white dude that has no affiliation with literally anything. I follow all the major, I read about all the major religions. I've got a Quran, a Torah, Bible stuff from Buddha or from Hinduism, like everything. But for me, it's one, they're an American ally. It's the right thing to do. Also, they're the moral good in the area, and also they have been literally the only ones in that entire region for the last 76 years going, for the love of God, please stop attacking us. We just want to live in peace. Here's multiple peace deals. Oh, you've turned them down because you just want to wipe me out? I'm still going to attempt to make peace with you. Please stop attacking me. Please stop attacking me. Like the entire time. Like, they're the moral good in this argument, and I would rather Israel survive, a Western value-style nation that actually cares about people and Western values, than a group that literally does stuff like throwing gay people off of roofs.
Exactly, and that's the thing. It's like, why on earth are we not willing to admit that that Hamas are dangerous? Why are we not willing to admit that what they did was absolutely disgusting? Why are we not willing to admit that this whole situation has been blown up beyond proportion to create distractions, to allow others to get away with doing some even more horrendous things? Such as what Putin has been doing.
I think more so some of the people who are on this side or not on Israel's side is given the fact that Israel is taking proportions that may seem kind of grandiose, because I think what we're dealing with is a population under a T cell.
Okay, so yeah, no, and I get that, but then the thing is, right, where's the proportionality in all of this, right? The proportionality of protest, for example, and you talk about this side and that side, the reality is that that the streets on virtually every day, streets around the world have been full of Israel bad, Palestinians good, right? Where the hell has all the protests gone with regards to Ukraine and Russia?
Hang on, Auntie, let's not pivot to the other top. Let's not pivot to the other thing.
No, I'm not pivoting. I just wanted to ask the simple question. That's all I want to know.
Yeah,
You don't win a war by fighting proportionally.
It doesn't really.
You win a war. You win wars by fighting.
I'm not about proportionality of protest, darling, not proportionality of war.
I don't think it helps your case when you have, I mean, for one, you have the backing of the United States who are sending you funding and weapons. But two, you have creators on here who are saying, oh, day in the life of a airstrike, and they're closing blinds that could barely stop a bullet, and are kind of saying, oh, we're in danger versus on the other side.
Look, that's a reality. Unfortunately, that's a reality of war. When you're in a war zone caused by your own government, you're going to suffer. It's not going to be pretty. No one's denying that. What I deny, though, is the severity and the overall narrative that a lot of people on the pro-Palestinian side spin, like the intentional targeting of civilians. All statistics from this conflict using Hamas's numbers, like not using Israel's numbers, all of their statistics show that to be not the case. All of the videos that come out of the Gazans who fake a lot of the stuff and fake a lot of the reports say otherwise. The Gaza Ministry of Health repeatedly getting caught lying about numbers to make it worse for Israel say otherwise. The narrative of, oh, we're starving people. Meanwhile, the Gaza Ministry of Health openly admits, actually, no, we've got more aid coming in now than we did even pre-war, including the private industry. Or the IPC, the Food Commission from the United Nations, coming in and doing multiple famine studies and showing that originally they said there was a famine because all of their data was provided by Hamas, and then they come out a month later and go, actually, we fucked up. All of our data was given to us by Hamas. There actually is not even close to a food crisis in the entirety of Gaza. There's so much food that people are actively throwing it into the ocean because there's too much in some areas. It's like it's
just people supported Hamas, right? They celebrated on October 7th. They spit on our hostages. They beat them. They celebrated. They took pictures. They should suffer.
And
Maybe
again,
the same
and again, and
hostages
again,
that were making
and again.
accounts of being treated well.
No. Hey, one at a time. No, the hostages were not saying, "Oh, we were treated well." I've seen the quotes from that. They're blatantly mistranslated quotes that are used to demonize it. Like, dude, you've got people from the pro-Palestinian side that are accusing freed Israeli hostages of getting nose jobs because Hamas wouldn't grape them. That's the narrative that side is spinning.
And some of the people still had family members there, so they were being a little cautious about what they said because
That
they
too.
were worried about their family members. None of them were treated well. They lost weight. They were raped, abused, beaten. Some were kept in cages. Are you kidding me? They were not treated well. And they were being, by the way, a lot of them were being held by civilians. So you know what? Let them suffer. Let them suffer for what they've done. Maybe they'll learn a lesson.
And can I just point out, this is a point I was trying to land on as well. Right, people are going around crying, going, "Oh, the poor Palestinians," right? While simultaneously ignoring what's going on in Ukraine. And let me say this fully: there's over 200,000 children missing in Ukraine, and yet people are going, "Oh, the poor children of Gaza," and so. But the thing is, right, Gaza and specifically Hamas, who caused all this in the first place, are propped up by Iran. Iran, the same country which is helping unalive massive amounts of Ukrainian kids. So where's the protest? Where's the tears for them? I'm sorry, but these two conflicts are linked, but they're only linked by one thing, and that is Iran. Iran is the one that supports Hamas and Hezbollah, and they're also supporting Russia. And so how can you cry for one lot of children and not another set of children?
Some people can separate the issues. Right now, again, we're sticking on one. We're not going to go back and forth between the conflicts. Right now, we're sticking on just Israel. I get the passion. I understand where you're coming from. Obviously, I do. But right now, we're just talking about the one because some people just genuinely don't give a shit about what goes on in different portions of the world. But like they're saying, for this, we're talking about a society that overwhelmingly, like they said, overwhelmingly supported not just Hamas, but what happened on October 7th. The support for Hamas per Palestinian research polls was in between 50 and 60% before October 7th. After October 7th, within the literal 2 weeks following, the support for Hamas in the West Bank, believe, went up to 91%, and the support in Gaza went up to 87%. The support for October 7th, like the actions of what they did to Jews on October 7th, was 89%. These are people that are now suffering the ramifications of war, a war that they started, in which it wasn't just 3,000 Hamas militants that went into Israel. There was also 3,000 civilians that went in and were filming themselves, unaliving Jews, taking stuff from their homes, robbing them, desecrating bodies. And like, it's just the narrative that's spun of, oh my God, the poor Palestinians, they've done nothing wrong. They're the victims here. They have never done anything wrong. I disagree with that narrative based on all facts and evidence.
Yeah, so many Palestinian civilians took part in October 7th that Hamas itself had to put out a statement to their own civilians telling them to bring all the Jews they kidnapped to them.
Hey, to the dude in the YouTube chat who says not Jews, Zionazis. I would like to ask Sanders. I gotta mute because I can hear the kid in the background. I'd like to ask to the dude in the YouTube chat, where was it in all those videos of them walking into civilians' homes and blowing their brains out that they asked them if they were Jews or Zionists? Because I very distinctly do not remember the Hamas members and the civilians from Gaza when they came in and filmed themselves committing these atrocities. I do not remember them walking up to people and going, "Hey, are you a Jew or are you just are you a Zionist? Or are you just a normal Jew?" I don't remember them saying that stuff at all. So we've kind of talked your ear off a lot. Like, go ahead.
I feel like I think there's atrocities on both sides. To be honest, I don't think it's fair to subject a population to corporal punishment, as I think Hebrew.
But they're not. That's the thing. This is just the reality. This is just the realities of war.
For example, Hind Rajab. Apparently, Israel has been giving them several warnings to clear the civilians, for example. But then, right after, they'll send military. Like,
what about her? What about that incident? Let's talk about
how she was trying to escape, and then essentially, was it a group of IDF soldiers came along. A tank was sent. They tried to they made a phone call to some of the humanitarian aid services. The call in and of itself being recorded. We hear her cries for help.
Yeah, here's the thing that bugs me about that. Here's the thing that bugs me about that is, hang on, everything from that incident doesn't add up, period. Nothing from that incident adds up, and I'll tell you why. So the first claim was that the car was hit by a missile and her parents were unalived, and she somehow survived without a scratch, but was just pinned in the back seat. The videos and photos of the car in the aftermath did not match up with that. Then they said it was a tank that hit her with a heat round. They even specified a heat round, a high explosive anti-tank round, which hits the side of a tank or a vehicle and causes massive spalling inside. But if it hits a car, it's realistically just punching through that thing. She would not be there would not be a body. Like, she would have been literal liquid. Couldn't have been it. Then they said it was, it was 350 50 caliber machine gun rounds from the tank that hit the vehicle. It's like, okay, cool. Have you seen what a single 50 caliber round does to a adult male torso? She would have been liquid. There would have been no body. Like, nothing they've said. Every single time you debunk they make a claim, you say, well, that doesn't add up because XYZ. Then they go, well, then it was this. It's like, well, if you don't know what happened, why are you asserting that it was this based on this, this, and this if you don't know? So the whole narrative of like, oh, it was 100% the idea based on this, when, again, none of the evidence substantiates that. And then when they pulled her body out, fully intact body, a couple little bleeding spots, but like, where was all this damage supposedly from the 50 caliber machine gun or from the tank gun or from the missile? Sanders, I got to mute you for the baby. And again, like, I'll be honest, I think she died of dehydration. Because what was she supposed? She was supposed to be in that car for 7 days. Was one of the claims 7 days? Not a toddler, but a small child for 7 days without food or water. And you want to tell me that a tank round unalived her? Now, do you see where I'm getting at with the whole narrative, like the spinning of narrative stuff, and how nothing is adding up? Yike.
Yeah, but can you say the same for the? I think there was a story early on. I remember. IDF claims that there was a base in a hospital, and so that was why they decided to strike it, I guess.
They have not. They have not actually directly struck a single hospital. They've gone in and had sieges on hospitals. They have not hit a single hospital with a bomb, though.
Or not? I'm not sure.
You're talking about Al Shifa, where Israel overestimated what the tunnel system underneath the hospital was.
Right, and then when they did a video, they did a little mini series. One of the officers, they were showing like clean AKs laying against the wall, and it just seemed very off.
Well, we know that the people that Hamas was operating there, because we have the literal CCTV footage and security camera footage from the hospital itself of Hamas members regularly walking in and out of that hospital and disappearing for extended periods of time inside that hospital. In fact, on October 7th, we saw the CCTV footage of them bringing hostages from Israel into Al Shifa Hospital. They had operations there. Like, fuck, there's only a couple security guards at that hospital. They have very minimal munitions on them. Security guards aren't the ones carrying on grenades and RPGs at that hospital. Also, like, the things that were in there didn't add up. To someone who doesn't know anything about how a military operates and how some of that stuff operates in regions like that in the world, it doesn't add up. You hear, well, there wasn't that much munitions. There wasn't that many rifles. And you're like, oh, that makes sense. To me, though, I look at the loadouts. I look at what kind of weapons were there. I look at where those weapons were stored. I look at how long those fighters, when they went into that hospital, disappeared for. And to me, I can say, based on my expert experience and my expertise in this field, yeah, they were definitely operating there. Now, Israel definitely overestimated how big the tunnel system was, but they were definitely operating there. Hell, we even saw when they went into the tunnels underneath and Israel sent the cameras on there, they had multiple layered blast doors. Why do you need multiple layered blast doors if you're not doing anything and operating in a certain area where you don't want people to get to you? The shit just doesn't add up.
I feel like the blast doors would be more so for quote unquote being striked. We are seeing different.
If you're not a terrorist organization operating underneath the hospital, why do you have to worry about being struck?
I feel like if you are in a war zone and with minimal communications, I feel like you're hearing these stories about other buildings being leveled.
Dude, they built that shit years ago. It wasn't brand new tunnels, and it wasn't built starting with the war. That shit was built years ago.
That's fair.
Like, again, let's just say it's a regular bomb shelter and it's supposed to be underneath the hospital. You're not going to have multiple layers of blast doors and possible firing positions and what looks like living quarters underneath the hospital, but only for a certain amount of people. Like, the functionality of that does not add up with what they are claiming it actually was. So yeah, Israel 100% overestimated what the actual severity of the tunnel situation was underneath Al Shifa. But I mean, we've already seen in multiple locations massively intricate tunnel network systems where we've seen IDF going from tunnel entrance to tunnel entrance, fighting tooth and nail, fighting hand to hand with these Hamas members. So it's not like it's out of the realms of possibility that they would also have it under that. We've seen it under other hospitals and stuff. Like, this is a pattern. So it's not out of the question that it would have been under Al Shifa as well. They were wrong in the end, but it's not out of the question.
Okay. I think my last question, just because I think I've been up here too long. As far as Ukraine and Russia goes, if let's hypothetically, if the roles were switched, right? And let's say Russia has, let's say, for example, the Soviet bloc was never destabilized and never dismantled, and Russia now has more than half of Europe on their side. And let's say Spain is the last standing country. In this case, it's equating it to Ukraine, and we've told Russia, hey, Spain, if you join them, it's gonna heat up.
Well, here's the thing: is in 1997, Russia signed an agreement called the Russia-NATO Founding Act for Peace and Cooperation, where they agreed to NATO expansion. They even offered to assist with NATO expansion. So the whole thing of, oh, well, they're joining this organization that I don't like is out of the question, especially considering that Russia already shared a border with NATO. And on top of that, the fact that Ukraine had never even applied to join NATO in their history. The first and only time Ukraine applied to join NATO was after the second invasion of Russia, 7 months after the fact. So Russia invaded in February of 2014 and in February of 2022. Ukraine didn't apply to join NATO until September of 2022.
And,
So, like,
and not only that, Sam, am I right in thinking that Russia also applied to join NATO itself?
they did. There was an official application that never got fully done, and then there was the unofficial request by Putin where he basically asked, it was like, hey, I really want to join, but I don't want to go through the application process because they didn't meet any of the requirements.
Yeah, basically, because you've got to be, requirement number one, basically, is you've got to be a free and democratic nation and hold free and fair elections. Good luck with that with Putin. And there has to be proper civilian oversight of military. That's another fundamental factor when it comes to NATO, because they don't want to be creating a military junta that basically takes over the place and nobody has any rights or control over things. It's fundamental underpinning of democratic values that make NATO work so well. But unfortunately, Putin doesn't like that, because Putin is an autocrat, and so here's the reality here, that also, a lot of the countries and a lot of the places that were in the kind of Soviet Union or the Soviet sphere, they were forced at the point of a pew pew and a tank to be in that sphere. They weren't there voluntarily. They were forced into it. And prior to it being even a Soviet country, many of these places have been forced under the heel under the old Tsarist empire. These places have been colonized and forced into the control of Moscow. So now they are free. They've got every goddamn right to do whatever they want to do, free and sovereign. And if they want to join the clubhouse, let them join the clubhouse.
I gotta point out, I love the hypocrisy of the person in my chat on YouTube saying that Ukraine is not a free and fair state because they don't have a free and fair election. Meanwhile, they're an open Palestine supporter. Well, let's just ask this: hey, pal, when was the last time that Hamas held elections in Gaza? Because, that doesn't sound like free and fair elections to me. Meanwhile, the last presidential election in Ukraine was an internationally observed election and viewed as one of the most free and fair elections in all of Europe. They had a 63% voter turnout.
And not only that, we have the premise in a lot of European countries called unity governments during wartime. So, like, for example, the United Kingdom, we had a unity government during World War II. There was no elections at all, and this is because all the parties united behind a common cause and a common goal. That still doesn't mean that people agree with each other's politics, but the main goal is survival at that point. So when people talk about elections in regard to Ukraine, they're not going to have elections until this war is over, because at the moment Ukraine is operating under unity government. This is the one little bit of US politics that I don't know. Can one of the Americans here tell me if the United States would operate under unity government status, or would you still have your elections?
We don't even have the concept of that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Great. So that's the thing with European. This is how we run our democracies. The United States runs theirs a little bit differently, obviously. So where's the problem?
That's wild. That's far.
Yeah, it's weird that you guys all do that. Y'all are weird.
Well, no, it's not. It's not weird. It's just this is what happens when you have more than two political parties. It's just a fact. It's how it works at a national level.
Thank God we beat you guys.
When did you? What? You want to Hammer? Stop stirring the shit between your allies on the panel, you bastard.
Just thank God we got away from you guys. You guys are such a mess.
Hammer.
All right.
Investigating 9-year-olds for hate crimes, like, ridiculous.
Hammer. Different interpretation of freedom of speech, because this is how we limit fascism from rising.
Hang on. I have seen people go to jail for mean Facebook comments.
Dude, they I just read an article today how they went and investigated a 9-year-old because he used the R word about mental disabilities.
Yeah, and this is and whilst that is massive gross oversight, and that shouldn't have happened, and
Gross oversight? That's fascism.
No,
That is
it's not.
All right, y'all. Thanks for having me
it's
on the
called
panel. Appreciate it, Sam. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Awesome panel.
Oh, yeah, this is weird.
It's called locus. It's called locus
All right.
parentis.
All right, thanks, Sanders. This is weird. I just realized that on my Streamlabs, my chats aren't entirely showing up for both panels. I'm supposed to.
You guys want to arrest Elon Musk?
Hammer. Right, when somebody turns around and starts inciting warfare, in a country via social media, and he is as powerful as Elon Musk is, then there are issues that need to be looked at.
Oh,
and
you think he needs to go to jail?
No,
He
it's
needs to go
not.
to jail?
Hammer. There are different ways of dealing with freedom of speech. And that is the reality. And the reason being is that we've actually dealt with fascism over here in the past, and we don't want it coming back.
Hammer. There was
Jail for free speech doesn't sound like the solution.
Hammer. There was a teenager that got not a teenager, an 18-year-old that just got arrested in England because he bought a replica knife from a video game, and they said that he was planning to attack people with it, or they theorized that he might attack people with it. It was literally. No, not a zombie knife. The karambit that was literally a Counter-Strike knife. He bought a replica knife from Counter-Strike, and they said he might go out and hurt people.
Yeah, but is that the thing? Is right. You can buy swords, you can buy knives. They have to be unsharpened. If he bought a sharpened and a honed instrument,
that's dumb.
That is different.
That's dumb.
No, it's because there's no 2A here. That's why you don't have the inherent right to bear arms, and that is the case in most European countries.
That's dumb.
That's why I'm not.
Auntie, you're gonna really learn to hate the previous laws you lived under when you get here.
I'm not disagreeing with you that it is dumb. But when you break the laws that are currently present, then you've got to face consequences, and that's how it is. It's I don't agree with it, but that's how it is.
I love how I still never got an answer from the person in my chat on when the last time was that Hamas held elections. But anyways,
they would come and arrest Americans in America.
Oh yeah.
For
they were gonna extradite Americans for mean Facebook comments.
Yeah.
C, what's up? What's on your mind? Connor.
How's it going, guys?
Going okay. What's on your mind?
Yeah, just wanted to talk to you about the situation here over in Ireland. Anyways, I know you had some lovely comments about Ireland from a few of your guests here.
Oh boy, wait till you hear what we say about America.
True.
I didn't make any comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you, like, I've been like sort of back in Israel from the very start of this. The more I looked into it, the more I think it ties back to religion and stuff. I mean, I don't think there's ever going to be peace with this.
It does for one side, and that's the thing I like to bring up to people. Is like it is about religion for one side. I mean, Hamas openly admits it. Their founding charter says that it's literally their name, the acronym. They're the Islamic Resistance Group. The entirety of their basis is based in religion. They openly admit that they don't care about the Palestinian people. They openly admit that in their founding charter, they say that everything that happens to the Palestinian people is their fault for transgressing against the law. They openly admit that this is about unaliving Jews. It's not about a free and sovereign Palestinian state. Like, until they learn to love their children more than they love unaliving Jews, there's not going to be peace. Like, I cannot fathom the idea of taking my child one day, strapping a vest on them and going, "See you, sweetie. Nice knowing you." Like, I cannot fathom that.
I mean, Ireland anyway is full of pro-Palestine movements and stuff. I mean, I think, to be fair, a lot of them don't quite grasp the reality and the history, and they just see, I think they sort of compare what happened between Ireland and England, and they compare that, and they try to put the same sort of standards on what's happening over there. And that's why we heavily sort of relate to
Do you think their lack of education comes from a starch deficiency?
I knew it. I knew you were going with that question.
Very funny.
As soon as I heard, do you think? I knew exactly where you were going to go.
I gotta go to sleep anyway.
No, I think it's just people look at it, and you know, the media over here. We don't have the media here is pretty fucking shit too. So
I mean,
our national media is sort of
like,
very pro-Palestine.
They say it's not about religion, but again, this is from I like bringing this up all the time. This is from Fatih Hamad. This is a Hamas leader in 2019. He says, quote, "If the siege is not undone, we will explode in the faces of our enemies with God's permission. The explosion is not only going to be in Gaza, but also in the West Bank and abroad, God willing. But our brothers outside are trying to prepare, warming up." He continued, 7 million Palestinians outside, enough warming up. You have Jews with you in every place. Notice he didn't say Zionists, he said Jews. You should attack every Jew possible in the world and unalive them. It's amazing that he's just very open with it. And again, look at the Palestinian, the Hamas founding charter from 1988. Article 7.
Good night, everybody.
See you, Hammer.
Auntie, I hope I pissed you off tonight.
By Hammer. The last part of the founding charter of Hamas. Quote, and this comes from Sahih al-Bukhari. This is an authentic graded hadith. The day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews, unaliving the Jews, when the Jews will hide behind the stone of the trees. The stones of the trees will say, "O Muslims, O Abdullah, there is a Jew behind me, come and unalive him." Only the Garqad tree, evidently a certain kind of tree, would not do that because it is one of the trees of the Jews. Like, They care more about unaliving Jews than they do about their own children.
This war sort of prompted me to look more into the religious beliefs and stuff. I find it quite fascinating how the more I understood about Islam and sort of Jewish beliefs and stuff and the history, it's actually crazy how much it started to correlate to what was going on over there.
I get mind blown by, like you were talking about how the trying to like internalize with the Irish people and stuff. It's weird how they will intentionally lie about things that have happened and obfuscate. I can't speak. The situation to manipulate certain groups, like the Palestinians are definitely considered native to the land of the Levant. They have been there long enough to be considered native. They are not indigenous, though. The claims of Palestinians being indigenous to that land didn't even start until like within the last 2 or 3 years, honestly. Before that, everyone knew they're just Arabs. They're from the surrounding areas. They've immigrated there from Egypt, from Syria, from Turkey. Like, they came from the surrounding areas. That's very recent. But they do stuff like say, "Oh, we are the indigenous peoples." Then they go to the indigenous communities of the United States and go, "We're indigenous peoples. We've been through what you've been through. Jews are just white and they're wiping out the indigenous people. You know exactly what that's like, so you should be on our side." And they play at the emotions of the masses.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, they're lying sons of a bitches. They like to misrepresent the truth because, as they see it, because they know that there's weak-minded individuals who won't even bother to do the historical research. And I'm not saying don't believe everybody about everything, because obviously there are peoples out there who've got genuine reason to have their voices heard above others because of historical crimes. But when, for example, you look at let's look at Iran, for example, right? There is 2 separate peoples in Iran. There's the indigenous Persians, who are far more easier to get on with and do business with, and then there's the Arabs, the people who have colonized that place and have taken it over. Do you know what I mean? And that's exactly the same model they're running off when it comes to Palestine. Or Palestine, and in other parts of the world. The Arabs are the ones that colonize, and they take over places, and then they force their version of Sharia law onto everybody, and within 1 or 2 generations, the intelligent ones have been wiped out, or they've been forced to flee. So you're just left with a bunch of people who don't know any better. And that's when things become really dangerous, and they need to be dealt with. I'm sorry, but at that point, they need to be dealt with.
And in relation as well, like for Ireland, let's say Northern Ireland, I can only imagine what would happen if one day, like October the 7th, we decided to go up there.
Oh
and just
God,
because we
Israel
hate
would
them-
cease to exist. I mean, not Israel. Ireland would cease. Let's say Ireland did something like October 7th to England. Ireland would cease to exist within a day. Ireland would be gone.
That's what I mean. And I'd expect that in return. You know, I'd expect that to happen as well. So I don't really understand. Like,
Well-
if we just took hostages back here, hid them under our houses, and refused. I don't know.
Someone in YouTube chat again says Arabs taking over Iran. Are you? He asked, "Are you an idiot?" Like what? What? Do you not know what has happened to the Iranian people? The actual Iranian people? Do you know the difference between the Iranians and the IRGC?
Sam, they've come out with a new funny claim.
Who?
Iran,
The pro-pal
the
is.
country of Iran is not.
Yeah.
The country of
I've been hearing it on their lives now since the announcement by the ICC.
The one that they probably didn't read.
Yeah, so, and I hope you get much of a giggle out of this as much as I do.
Oh boy.
So their new claim is that Israel and the United States are culpable of genocide against the Palestinian people, and the reason we know this is because they're not signatories to the Rome Statute. It gets better.
What?
The reason they're not signatories to the Rome Statutes is because they want to reinvigorate Roman ideals, and the Rome Statute was born out of the Arab defeatings of the Roman Empire. I wish I was kidding.
What?
I know, it makes no sense. They think that the Rome Statute was made because Arabs defeated the barbaric Romans.
Do they know when Arabs became a thing? I mean, let's be real. This is coming from the same people that said that Big Ben was actually built in Gaza and was stolen by England to bring to London.
Oh my
Literally.
God! Right, Big Ben is the actual bell, not the actual tower.
No, they they say the whole tower was built in Gaza in Palestine. It was built by the Arabs in Palestine. It was stolen by the British and taken to England.
Well, that's really
Sam,
really
can
odd,
you guess
because
which
they don't go
profile
in
is
on-
making this claim?
Because that's really odd. Because actually, if you
I'd have to care enough to remember who the fuck they are in the first place.
like if you were to actually take a little sample of the stonework used in that, the mineral content would identify it as being indigenous British stonework. So how fucking stupid are these people? Oh, sorry, yeah, we're talking about those dickheads. So very.
It's also just a logistics thing. Are they just talking about Big Ben the Bell, or are they talking about the actual?
No, the whole
structure?
thing. The whole thing.
But the thing is, right? London Bridge was moved to the United States. They bought it. Well, a rich individual bought it. So they have moved large structures.
When did they buy that, and when did they move it?
Oh, I can't remember. This was like ages ago. But they bought the original London Bridge. And the original thing, and the dude thought he was buying Tower Bridge, which is fucking hilarious. Boy, did he pay too much for stonework that day.
Host, could I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
And then I'll drop two questions. So, what do you think, what do you think is going to happen going forward with that conflict? And then,
which one?
Well, actually, first we can say, in a perfect world, how do you think it should be resolved? And then you can say how you think it's sort of going to unfold.
Are you talking about specifically? Gaza and Israel?
Yeah.
Well, in a perfect world, the Hamas would lay down their arms and give up the hostages immediately and say, "Yep, we bend the knee, we give. We will stop trying to unalive Jews, and then we can move forward from there. And Gaza can rebuild and become the great nation it could have been 76 years ago had they accepted the partition plan. But we all know that's not going to happen." The reality of what's going to happen probably is there's still the Hamas members are going to fight in fractured numbers to the bitter end. The Palestinian people are slowly going to start giving up information. We've already seen some people kind of they've literally been offered $5 million US and safe passage and immunity if they tell the IDF where the hostages are. Like, they're being offered life-changing amounts of money that will set them up for the rest of their lives and their families, and they have still not taken that offer. So I don't know where we're going to go in the future for now. But I know that when this war is done, there is going to be an occupation. It's not going to be done by Israel. Israel's already stated they're out. They want no part in it. The surrounding Arab nations are going to have to do that. And then the rebuilding effort begins, and it's going to be up to the Palestinian people whether they realize, hey, I love my children more than I want to unalive Jews. They go, well, let's keep doing the same thing we've done for 76 years and see how that ends up for us.
Well, and to be fair, the Jewish people, they're not the bad guys in this. You know, and the trouble is people forget the history. Like, you're Irish, so you know, like, I'm Welsh. We both know what our peoples have been through.
Potatoes?
And if people don't start telling the truth about things, then the truth gets lost to history, and then the people who caused the problems in the first place then get to replace the history with lies, which is exactly what has happened with the Palestinians, specifically since they've been taken over by religious extremists.
And like, because we like the whole thing they argue, one of the main things is, oh, we're occupied. It's like, okay, well, let's talk about occupation. Well, first, if you want to get technical, in order to be an occupation, they have to have occupied the land from a people that owned that land. The Palestinians literally have never owned that land. Not once have they been in control of that land. Not once have they had a leader that's been in charge of that land. It has always been ever since the Jews ran that land first and had their own sovereign nation, you know, the Kingdom of Judah, the Kingdom of Israel, like all that stuff, it has always been a colonizer in charge. Then we get to the British, who say, we're going to set up a Jewish state. Then they nope the fuck out, and they go, nope, we're out. Screw everyone here. We're done.
Well, let's call it what it was. The English.
Well, we forget the British established the Arab state that they promised.
Yes, the British established that. They create Transjordan, which becomes Jordan, which becomes the Arab state that they were offered, which is 77% of the British mandate in its entirety anyways. The Jews get offered 55% of what's left. The Arabs get offered 45% of what's left. And they still aren't happy with it. So how do you have an occupation of a people that never owned land in the first place, and it was given to, like, in the 48 war, Egypt annexed Gaza, and they annexed it from Israel. The Jordan annexed the West Bank. Who did they annex it from? Israel. In the 67 war, Israel was given that stuff back. It was theirs. They were given back Judea and Samaria and the West Bank, and guess what? They still decided, you know what, Palestinians, or the people who now identify as Palestinians, you can be here. We're fine with that. That's okay, because, you know, it was still technically, per international law, still belongs to Israel. Now let's talk about Gaza. Like in 2000, you could say, okay, there was an occupation until 2005 in Gaza, but in 2005, Israel unilaterally withdrew and said, we're out. Please just stop attacking us. We're going to do this for peace. And what did they do? Start a war. Start an intifada. Like, they didn't care. Like, there is no, like, by definition, like, even the ICJ admitted that when they say they gave their opinion piece and they said, hey, there's an occupation, they openly admitted that they have to ignore Oslo II Accords because Oslo II invalidates their entire premise of occupation. Like, if you read the ICJ opinion judgment, I can't remember how many pages it is, but if you read it, point 87 or 88, they flat out say, yeah, Oslo II invalidates everything. Oslo II invalidates the whole notion of occupation, period. But we're going to ignore that. Like, even the ICJ says it's not an occupation when you take that into account. So, like, where is the occupation that justifies all these resistance movements that you keep talking about?
What we're dealing with here is a lack of acceptance of fact and reality over falsehood and opinion. And again, I will always go to the fact that I'm getting sick and tired, along with many other people on this planet, of people's opinions being held as being fact. I deal in absolutes. I deal with science. If a scientific
Are you a
theory
Sith?
No.
You sure about that?
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
I'm a force wielder. There's a difference. There's a difference.
Sounds sussy to me.
And
what do you think about the younglings?
I'm more of a Q. I'm more of a Q from Star Trek. I'm more of a Q from Star Trek.
Okay, so then I've got a better question. Are you an Iconian? What do you think about interplanetary genocide?
Oh, really? We're going down this road? Okay, that's not fair.
Hang on. To Toast in chat, he says, hot take, Star Wars is boring. The new Star Wars, absolutely. Absolutely new Star Wars can go pound sand.
New Star Trek is not doing much better except for Picard, and that's just because Patrick Stewart.
Iconia? Sorry, Sam.
Wait.
Iconia.
Wait,
Iconia what?
someone says in chat, I want a VR game that I can play as Anakin attacking the temple. You can.
Become a Palestinian.
What is that VR game where you're in a Coliseum? You spawn in all your own enemies.
You don't even need to do that. Somebody just needs to make a Become a Palestinians to VR game, and it's basically Anakin Skywalker with the younglings.
The Iconians were innocent according to the Star Trek lore.
Oh, I think it is Blade and Sorcery.
Not later when they went and G-sided multiple civilizations and planets and drove the Beta Quadrant to extinction nearly.
Hang on. Why do so many Israelis living in Israel condemn Netanyahu, but you Zionists who don't? How many? How many is so many Israelis? Because an overwhelming majority of Israelis per polls done in Israel support Netanyahu. So I'm curious where you get so many. And also the answer is because Israelis, but what you meant to say was Jews, are not a monolith. They're free to think whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, but for the record, when the Iconians did that, this is because they were that's because those species had been corrupted beyond saving. Even the Iconians.
You've played Star Trek Online, haven't you?
Pardon? Yeah,
you
maybe.
Played Star Trek Online. Yeah, I know because I'm playing it right now.
Yeah. But I've also read a lot of the books. I've read a lot of the media over the years. I have read both alpha and beta canon.
I can see Sam just looking at the screen like, the fuck are they talking about?
No, I'm looking at 3D models of landmines right now.
That's how you know your life has gone to some weird places.
Okay, by the way, little promo here, because I forgot to do this live. So I know a lot of my viewers know that I support the war effort in Ukraine. I've been over to Ukraine and trained Ukrainian soldiers, and I still support them right now. If you guys want to help out, I'm not asking for money, not asking for donations for that. What I do is 3D printing stuff and trading materials for Ukrainian soldiers in Ukraine. Previously, thanks to donations, we printed about 900 magazine loaders that we shipped out to the front lines of Ukraine directly. Right now, we're making training, and I cannot express this enough, TikTok, training dummy landmines. So this is a training landmine that helps with mine identification and defusal. It's got a little pin on it that just boop, it sets off, sets off a little CO2 tank that gives you a visual and audio cue that you have fucked up. You got the little leaf mines, these little war crime machines right here. And we've got stuff like this. Another Russian landmine. All of these are stuff that I am 3D printing. I am spending the time modeling them by myself. I am making all this stuff from scratch. If you guys want to help out with this, go to the link tree in my bio on my TikTok page. For my other viewers, you can go to TikTok if you want. I don't really care. Go to the link tree on my bio, and I have the Amazon wishlist link for the Ukraine 3D printing supplies. Any money I make off of donations, subscriptions on any platform I have here goes directly to Ukraine and shipping out supplies. I don't make any profit from anything I do. I ship this stuff out of pocket cost to whenever there's a difference in pricing. It costs me like $200 to ship stuff out on a regular basis. So if you guys have any questions or would like to help me out on that stuff, feel free to check the link tree.
Sam's awesome.
I look at that. Someone in chat says I look at 3D models of weapons instead of going into the hub. Yup.
It's not money laundering, you moron.
Money laundering? Sophia, how is me saying send me 3D printing supplies to send stuff to Ukraine money laundering? Rob's in chat? You know what that means.
Oh, just...
Robbie H. Bobo Katan.
So, right, money laundering. So, right, so the thing is when you send people money via link trees, unless it's like a cash app, everything's fully traceable, and even in Cash App, it's fully traceable. But it makes it a lot harder for people to money launder through officially monitored channels like PayPal, etc.
Yeah. Here's what I did the last time I did a fundraiser. By the way, the last time I did an actual fundraiser, we raised $600 in a matter of 3 hours for hand warmers and jackets for guys that work for Trident Defense Initiative, the NGO that I work for that trains Ukrainian soldiers for free. We don't get paid. I took pictures of all the donations, put out all the names, showed all the money that came in, showed the total. I then made another video when I placed the order for everything. I then made another video when it got shipped. I then made another video showing when they got to me and going through all the items and how much they cost, and then me packing them into the box and dropping them off at the post office. And then I made another video when they got to Ukraine to show everyone that the stuff had arrived and how thankful they were. So I am beyond transparent with literally everything I do.
Yeah, and not only that, so Fire, one final point. Well, you're wearing Hanabaya, and you're clearly supporting Palestine. You are aware that the Russians are unaliving Muslims, aren't you? Before you go putting down that road. So if I was you, I would ask why Russians are unaliving Muslims.
What a shocker! So the dude in my chat is, thank you for the follow. In Twitch chat. Shocker, the dude on my YouTube chat is not only blatantly obsessed with Yahtzees and everything else, but now he's attacking trans people and gay people. He says trans Ukrainian soldiers wasting your soul. All right.
Oh no, not the transphobia again. My goodness.
No, he's super pro Palestine, but also super pro Russia at the same time.
Really? Is that?
Yes, that is no, Auntie. That's a very common position.
These people are absolutely moronic to the nth degree. Honestly.
Yeah.
It's almost as if they've read a headline and that's now their opinion.
Yeah. So.
From what I've heard, online and stuff, it sounds like Ukraine are in a pretty bad situation at the moment.
Oh yeah, shit sucks. Shit always sucks. So here's the thing: when Ukraine is given the equipment that they need, they do phenomenal. They either hold the line or they are able to push Russia back in many positions. But the problem is how much we trickle bullshit in and tell them, "Oh, just hold out," or we tell Europe, "Oh, hold out. The U.S. has got it covered." They either barely hold the line or they lose ground. But when they have their stuff, they do just fine. Oh, of course, you moron, you crop Yahtzee. That was a joke. Yeah, sure. Making fun of the trans people was a joke. Yeah.
So making fun of trans people, because why would you go after trans people?
I don't know. It's just yeah. But no, I am very involved in the Ukraine stuff. I went over there voluntarily on my own dime. I took little vacation time, went into the negatives and vacation hours at work to go over and train Ukrainian soldiers for free. I didn't get paid at all. I paid for all my own equipment, all my own gear. I paid for myself when I was there, and just worked there every day, basically in the front lines, just training Ukrainian soldiers and all sorts of stuff.
Can I just say one point about that I think is really important to make about all these people who are against the LGBT and especially trans people. So to these people, right? My people are exceptionally good at thinking outside the box. This is one of the reasons why we are deployed in large numbers in cybersecurity. So if you hate on all the LGBT, you want to get rid of us. Good luck trying to secure your bank accounts, you dumbasses.
So again, the person in YouTube chat, closeted tranny chaser Yahtzee offended by a joke, Nafo blue-haired cuck. Nothing you have ever said in my comment section has been cohesive in any way. Not once have you tried not sending a hateful message. It's not just full of insults. I'm not silencing you. I'm letting you sit here and spew your hateful stuff because this is genuinely embarrassing that you're saying all this stuff. The amount of things you're saying is, I don't know how you don't sit there and go, wow, this is embarrassing. This is insane.
Can we add him to the Yahtzee counter?
Yeah, actually, no.
There's no shame for these people because they don't think they're doing anything wrong, and it's institutions like the ICC and appointments of the Security Council and a General Assembly by the UN that embolden idiots like these. Do you think we'd be seeing anywhere near the amount of emboldened anti-Semitism as we are if it wasn't governmental institutions not doing anything about it?
But I apparently I seem mighty triggered because I'm the one who's just calling out the blatant vulgar attacks. But sending almost 3 hours of vulgar messages is not being triggered. Yeah. We have a new guest, by the way. Hello, Hannah. What's up?
Hey, how are you?
Doing okay.
Every time I hear triggered, I think of Chip Barnes.
So here is a Ukrainian.
Oh,
and I would like to
добрий
thank
день.
you for your help and support. Do you speak Ukrainian?
I know how to ask how to get to Lviv croissant.
Oh.
And I know how to make borscht.
I don't. I'm Ukrainian and
Get
I
out.
don't know how to make
Get
borscht,
out.
so probably
I
just-
swear to God. Hang on. Hold on, Hannah. What do you think about Salo?
I'm Jewish.
Get out. No.
Hannah.
Only
Hannah,
kosher Salo. Only kosher
Hannah,
Salo.
I just need to do a Russian bot check. If I say the words Putin, what's your response?
Oh, come on.
Ой, пидорас, хуйло.
Yeah, I have my roll of Putin toilet paper up here.
Yeah.
Hannah, you pass. You're fine. Carry on.
Yeah.
Yesterday I passed actually a check because to be honest, I know like it's all over like social media and suddenly everyone started to talk about Ukraine again. And yesterday,
Oh, hello.
I
Been here since day one doing this.
No, but you know, like it was like out of like attention, media attention for a long time. Maybe like once in a while they can post something. But yesterday, when they said like we were been waiting for like something like intercontinental rocket that they've been telling everyone, and I'm just sitting at work and I receive a message and it says like our air defense system couldn't like do anything about it, and we don't know the location where it goes, we don't know where it's gonna hit, and you're just sitting and like, should I go to a bomb shelter?
But that's because nobody warned the Ukrainians until they got hit. The phone tree happened. The UK got told about it because the satellites saw the weapons that are basically lying in a field get picked up, taken on trucks. That saw them getting basically reconstructed into workable booster stages, including any nuclear material at the time being swapped out for conventional. At the time, by the way, we did not know if they had swapped out conventional. Swapped out nuclear.
Yeah, that's what got to me. That's what got to me is we were willing to wait until it landed to see what kind of warhead was in it.
Exactly, and then what happened then is that when we saw it getting launched via the satellites, the phone tree went around saying Britain and several other nations got told about it. The one country that should have been told about it was Ukraine, and it didn't get told because Biden dropped the fucking ball.
Well, I don't think Biden's chilling like sunbathing somewhere.
But you know what I mean. The administration in Washington dropped the ball. Ukraine should have been involved in that phone tree.
And also, I just would like to add something because people are talking about like missiles, about all this stuff, but we have power outages. We can spend almost half of the day without light, and you cannot heat the food. And right now we have a snowfall, and it's minus outside. So why everyone is like silent about this? We are civilians. We are every single day we are targeted by shaheds, by rockets and all this stuff. We are sitting, I cannot heat the food, I cannot dry my hair, I cannot cook anything, I cannot do anything because we don't have light. I have to go somewhere where prices are like super high because like I need to buy something to be able to sit there where is a generator. Like no one talking about humanitarian stuff as well. People are just sitting and waiting. Okay, about
like when the children's cancer hospital in Kyiv got hit and Russia was like, "Oh, we were attacking a Ukrainian military asset." And everyone was like, "Okay, cool." No, it's not. It's like that's not. There's literally children with cancer coming out of this building right now, and they went, "Oh, let's hit it again," and they just bombed it again. And then on top of that, Russian media Russian state media, their television anchors were saying, "Do it again, hit them harder." Not enough children died.
Yeah.
But just a remark, it's not Children Cancer Hospital, it's just Children Hospital, and they hit a department where cancer treatments are. So it's like
Sorry, the department. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you hit hospital and you neutralize the ability for children to be treated for cancer, you may as well just call it a children's cancer hospital at that point, because you've taken out the capacity for your children to be treated.
It's just like, look, I was in Kharkiv. I saw the things that they were hitting, and they were saying were military targets. The 80-plus-year-old woman in her apartment building across from me was not a military target. Her husband didn't deserve to have to see her body laying in front of him. The gas station down the street from me that was nowhere near any military installation was not a military target. They called that a weapons storage facility. They had a gas station. The school that was near us that I saw get hit, that was not a weapons storage facility. It was a children's school. Like, I have seen the things, I have personally witnessed things blowing up in Ukraine and then seen the Russian media the next day and then seeing them say, oh, it was a military target. It's like, no, like, there's a difference. Like, for the people going, oh, it sounds like Israel. Dude, there is a difference between striking something over 100 kilometers away from a front line where there's no soldiers present and striking a place where Hamas is actively filming themselves fighting from and posting the videos of themselves fighting from that position. Like, do you not understand the difference here?
Blessed be Almighty. Another Yahtzee in the comments.
Wait, what?
Oh, goodness me.
Where?
Yeah, I've made several comments.
Is it BV?
Blessed be by Almighty.
Oh.
Blessed by Almighty.
Neo Yahtzees? What? Don't play victim. Don't fake. Don't play victim. Wait, what did you say? That's.
no, we cannot.
I don't see a Neo Yahtzee
stop
comment.
like with them, but you can just come over to Ukraine and just witness. Like, it's not. I don't know. You can just come. If you don't believe people, you can just buy a ticket, go to Poland, take a 24-hour bus, and just come here, and you will witness.
So this is something that I took home with me from Ukraine. This is the 5th grade English homework of a young Ukrainian girl. Dated for, I think it was 3 days before the invasion. This girl's home was gone. This was found in what we presume was the kid's bedroom. This is her 5th grade English homework. The house is just gone. This was in the Kharkiv region from the first few days of the war.
And this is the thing, right? Where are the international demonstrations about this? Oh, but the poor Palestinian children. Where are the international demonstrations about Ukrainian children? There's over 200,000 missing, sadly. It breaks my heart every day to think about that. There's 40,000+ children who have been kidnapped and have been put into forced adoptions where they're being taught to hate their own people and their own country. And some of the older ones have even been put to work in factories making war materials that are going to be used against their own people. Where's the outrage in that? Why are these people willing to run around the planet flying Palestinian flags, but they're not willing to raise Ukrainian flags?
Exactly.
Where's
It
the
doesn't
outrage
involve
in that?
Jews.
The hypocrisy
No,
in this entire
palliative.
thing
It does.
disgusting.
It does. They remember it does involve Jews, but it's totally not about Jews. But then they call Zelensky Julensky.
And this is the thing.
enough.
Yeah, and
I've
this
got
is
it. I've got
yeah,
it.
and this and this.
All right, thanks, Connor. Have a good day.
Yeah, Connor. So where's the outrage of that? There is no outrage, and do you know why? Because people are pick-me culturists that only want to get outraged when it's against an already marginalized group of people who historically have been attacked time and time again. And have,
thank you for the follow on Twitch.
And numerous people have tried to G-side that group multiple times throughout their entire history. So why on earth does the Palestinians get this protest that Ukrainians don't?
I will tell you why. Because of the excellent, outstanding propaganda. And it works. And it works.
Ideological subversion.
I'm sick and tired of the false tears of people. And by the way, if you're a member of the LGBTQI+, and you run around supporting Palestinians, then you are nuts. You really are. And as a member of that community, I can legit say that without being done for hate speech. You guys are some of the most idiotic people I know, and I'm ashamed to be even associated with you. The hypocrisy has got to end. The hypocrisy has got to end. You've got to stop running around.
It's not going to.
Yeah, it's literally never going to end. Because they can only sustain themselves off this hypocrisy. That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, and these same, and there's a whole bunch of grifters involved in this. Do you, like, if Muslims really cared about peace and they really wanted to deal with it, there would be an international pressure put on Iran by every Muslim country in the world to prevent it from ever having any authority or acting in any which way for Muslim affairs. And that would also prevent people like Hezbollah and Hamas from acting. But no, they don't do it. They don't want peace. If they want peace, then come to the peace table and stop attacking people. Also respect other people's differences. Don't throw people off buildings.
Irene in chat says, I've been to Ukraine rallies in the U.S. They were pro-Pally folks with them before October 7th, none after October 7th. Ironic. To Paradise Views in chat, so I think you and Andrew Wilson would get on like houses on fire. I don't know what that means, but if you want to try and get us to do a debate or start the conversation, we should. So I'm more than happy to take debates on stuff. I usually stick to a couple of main topics, but still, accusations are confessions. That's crazy. What's up, Hannah?
Because I heard a lot of times, like many times, that people are saying, "Oh, it's not like Russians; it's just their government." What are your thoughts about on it?
I think it's crazy to try and remove those two because the Russian people have been brainwashed for centuries. The Russian people are the same people that when you ask them, a couple years ago they would say, "Oh, the Ukrainians are our brothers. We shouldn't fight." But even right now, they say Ukrainians are cockroaches. They should be squashed. They're Ukrops. All these other disgusting, terrible. The amount of the average Russians who say these disgusting things about Ukrainians, it blows my mind for a society that claimed to be brothers just 3 years ago.
It's not even that. What we also got to remember is that.
Hello, hello everyone.
Hello, Pierre.
Sam.
Hello, Frodo in the background.
Hello. Yeah, hello. Come on. No, I mean
Russian. I'm telling you,
in
Russian.
any way.
No, he's not.
In any particular way.
You
cannot, Hannah. If you have short memory, sorry. Oopsie. Sam, I cannot agree with your last take. I cannot agree
Which one?
with it in any way.
Which one?
It doesn't matter.
Damn it, Frodo, calm down.
There is good or bad people. You cannot state or claim that just because the person has Russian Federation passport, it is.
Oh no, I'm not saying all. I'm not saying all Russians. I'm not saying all Russians. I by no means am I saying all Russians. I'm saying that the amount. Yes, that's what I'm saying. The majority, the amount of people that I used to have friends in Russia.
Yes.
Like, but even after the 2014 invasion, I used to have friends in Russia. After the 2022 invasion, they all stopped talking to me. They would say disgusting things even to me. I lost touch with the last person that I had that was somewhat neutral in Russia. Stopped talking to me after Wagner had their little coup attempt on their little march on Moscow. The amount of I'm not saying it's all Russians. Obviously, they're not a monolith. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions. But the amount of people, the overwhelming majority of Russians that spew the hateful rhetoric that comes out of the Kremlin and out of Russian state media and just parrot it is absolutely insane. Like, these people genuinely believe some of the stuff, and a lot of it's no fault of their own. Like, a lot of people in rural Russia who all they have is state-sponsored media. What else are they going to get? What else do they believe? All they have is state-sponsored media.
Yeah, they're pretty clueless when it comes to
and it's
that.
not even their fault, but that's the only thing they have.
And also what you got to remember as well is that
gotcha, Paradise.
It's just like rural America. The only reason why rural America is caught up with the 21st century is because of things like Starlink, which I'm not even going to comment on right now. but the reality is that lots and lots of places don't even have internet access, and if they want the internet, 9 times out of 10, it's either through mobile phones, which are highly controlled and regulated, preventing what people can access, or they've got to go to an internet cafe of some sort,
which is also
or their
monitored.
school, which is also monitored, or their school, which is also monitored, or their university, which is also monitored. It is purely, it is everything is controlled, so they don't actually get to see the truth, which is one of the reasons why we cannot just hate upon the entire population. But there is a lot of people in Russia that do know the truth and are willfully allowing things to happen instead of rising up against their own government and actually stopping the G side of people inside Ukraine, because that is exactly what the Ukrainians are fighting for now. The Ukrainians are fighting to stop a G side and are perpetrated on their own people. And until people actually recognize that and get it through to their thick skulls, nothing is going to change. And again, stop protests in Palestine if you're not prepared to protest Ukraine. You absolute.
Calm down. No, Hannah, Pierre's from North Saltivka.
Тобто ти розмовляєш українською?
Pierre? Yeah, he might be dealing with his bird. His bird's name is Frodo. Frodo is very loud in the background.
Frodo is also about 4 months old, and it's a young bird.
Pierre, are you alive?
The problem is, I was born in Luhansk, and it was 3 kilometers from Russia. So my house was destroyed back then, 10 years ago. We moved to Irpin. It's like right next to Kiev.
Fuck.
So I lost my home twice, and I don't want to hear about like good Russians or bad Russians. For me, all of them are bad. People that are living. No, I'm just gonna let them finish. People that live especially abroad and supporting that stuff, they have access to the information, but they are choosing not to look there. That's first. Second of all, if you are not agree with the regime, and especially if you live outside of Russia, silence, it's a mutual agreement.
Well, that what we're saying is, so like what we're saying is, yeah, sure, people outside of Russia that are choosing to support Russia.
Not right.
Hang on. So people outside of Russia that are obviously supporting choosing to support Russia, yes, they're morons. Obviously, we know that. We've seen all the evidence, and if they can't see what's in front of them, they're blind. But the whole thing of like Russians within Russia that genuinely don't know any better. There are a lot of people that, when showed the facts, probably would flip to support Ukraine. There are a lot of people that genuinely don't speak up because they can't. What happened to all the people in Russia that did protest in Moscow and in Red Square to support Ukraine? We haven't seen them again. They got put on buses and we don't know where they went. There were people in Russia who stood up for Ukraine. They're gone now. We don't know where they are. So
in any way, you cannot state this. It's not right. It's not right. You cannot say that all of the Russians are bad. You cannot define the whole population by the actions even of majority.
Yeah.
Because in that particular case, you also, I think, and I consider this as you stating that if person is Ukrainian, he is good, and I will disagree with you.
I've met a lot of fucked up Ukrainians
the whole time. I have 2 friends from Russia who've done for Ukrainian armed forces more than some of the Ukrainians that I know. You will, it's wrong.
We're not talking about one person, people. We're talking about majority, and majority of Russians, 90% of
Hannah, hang on.
This is how statistic works, and I want you to.
Hannah, he agreed with you. Hannah, you're on the same page without even realizing it. He said, yeah, he's saying that the majority of Russians, yeah, you could say the majority of Russians think like that, but you can't say all of them. Because yes, I understand your country's being fucked and it's very upsetting.
Russians.
There is the majority of Russians are absolutely fucked, yes, but you can't say all of them.
Yep, Hannah, and trust me, personally, myself, I'm not even going to even try for like at least 1,000 reasons to try and prove you or explain to you something about good Russians. This is your opinion, okay, and that is my opinion. I'm just not agreeing when you're saying that for me, you said for me all Russians are bad. I disagree with this statement. If you correct yourself for majority, yes, I agree. Anyway, in any nation there is lots of good and bad people. The difference is in proportions, and by that you can generally judge, the whole behavior and the whole path that this or that country is going through. In our case, right now, the Russian Federation is going on the path, Putin's path. Majority of them going there with different types of support. Somebody is going to come in here to kill Ukrainians. Someone trying to help financially. Someone just being silenced. The Russians I know personally is like my two friends that say, I don't know how long we are friends.
Dude,
but for
I know
10
Russians
years maybe.
serving Russians
And
serving
they
in the
helped
Ukrainian armed
me.
forces.
It's international.
We are not talking about that.
No,
That's-
I'm
that's-
talking
that's
about
another
Russians
stuff.
that gained Ukrainian
And also,
citizenship
I
and joined
have
the
a
armed forces of Ukraine, not the Legion.
Yeah.
Yes, there are Russians in the Legion, but I'm talking about I know Russians who gained Ukrainian citizenship and then joined the armed forces of Ukraine because they believe in Ukraine's sovereignty and freedom. Like again, we're all on the same page here. Yes, a majority of Russians are terrible in what they think and what they say, but to say that the entirety of all Russians, I get it. I get where you're being upset. But it's you can't really say it doesn't work.
Yes.
Can you go to Maidan
Yes.
Nezalezhnosti Square and say
Yes,
not
not
all
all
Russians
Russians
are bad?
bad.
Yes.
Can you do that?
Let me put it this way. I have hang on. I have my interpreter. Hey, wait, Pierre. What this one might send a message. Hannah, my interpreter, one of my best friends from Ukraine, is from Mariupol. He lived through the occupation at the beginning. He escaped on day 38. He was strip searched by Russians 8 separate times, he was strip searched by Russians 20 times on the way out in entirety, 8 times within the city limits. He is helping fight for Ukraine right now. He has not seen his wife in a while because he's had to send his wife abroad because of what happened. Half of his family is still stuck in Mariupol and is threatened by Chechens and the Russians every single day. Even he acknowledges that not every single Russian is bad, and he will still say that. He has some Russian friends within Ukraine. They're not in Russia, but they're in Ukraine. Even he, someone who has been through that as well, just like you have been through awful stuff, acknowledges that not every single person in a society is exactly the same.
It's just wrong to say that because this puts you in the very uncomfortable position. First of all, if you're saying that by the birthright, and I know by the passport, by the citizenship, this defines the person in a bad way, then it's automatically means for most of the people, and they will trick you and catch you up your words, that means that you think that your nation, your population of your country where you have citizenship automatically good by default. This is wrong, and this is I can provide you tons of examples. This is not how it works. The problem is that if you choose to stick to that opinion, from my personal, it's not objective, it's subjective point of view. If you want to play that game and define all Russians as bad, in that particular case, and you think that they should, I don't know, some terrible things should happen to all of them. In that particular case, please,
I think
you should not react, like that hardly when Russians, saying like all Ukrainians are bad. Because you want to play that game. Play by the
I
rules.
think she connected. I think she connected to Discord.
It's wrong.
What just happened?
She's connected to the Discord. Yeah.
And it's also like.
And also, Hannah, if you're here in chat, Hannah, and if you're still here in chat, this is a very. I'm not proud of you. This is very bad in a very disgusting way manipulation. Like can you go to the main square and say not Russians all bad. I know that the Ukrainians are radicalized right now, and yes, for surely with the higher chances I will get my head kicked in a few times. But this doesn't change the fact that I still stick to that opinion, and I can say it.
And also
it's not right that.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that, if you look at history, if you look at what happened with Germany, now there were German citizens actively helped protect Jewish people.
Hang on. This one's important. Hey, Cloud Aether, with the 0 followers and 0 following, the obvious bot account. Yes, there is a war in Ukraine. I have literally been to the front lines myself. I have seen it. I have been there as a volunteer training Ukrainian soldiers. I have pieces of dirt from Kyiv and from Kharkiv and from Ternopil and Lviv. I have seen the front lines. I have a piece of my fucking apartment where it was blown up by the Russian missile that hit the apartment across the street from me. Like, I don't understand what... You said a war in Ukraine, how the Red Army could have ended it in a week. Yeah, well, the Red Army tried to. They surrounded the capital of Kyiv, and then they were pushed back in the largest transfer of land in military history since the invasion of Iraq. Would we fucking steamrolled the Iraqi army?
Yeah, and as I was saying, you know, there are
Sam.
many. I said,
Oh, she's back.
Even in Germany.
Sorry, power outages.
No,
Wait, hang on. Genuine question. Do you have battery backups right now?
No, I'm waiting. I ordered them.
Where are you okay? Say what region you're in right now?
Kyiv.
You're in Kyiv. Okay.
Sorry, who you asking?
I was asking Hannah, because I was just making sure, because I like to make sure that people have like. I yelled at my friend the other day. He's a soldier that just came off the front lines after 6 months, and he's taking vacation, and the power was out with him. And I was like, get the fuck off the phone. Stop talking to me. Save your damn battery. Hannah, to put it into perspective, I know you said you're from Luhansk and you're right near the border. The last unit of Ukrainians that I trained was the border guard unit. So I'm sure you've seen the famous photo of the Ukrainian turning around and running away from his post as the Russians crossed over the border. You've seen that photo? That was their unit. They were a mile away from that, and they were not ready, and they were not prepared, and they grabbed all their equipment, and they left. They left their homes behind. They left their families behind. They could not save the people there. Their families are threatened by Russians every single day. The FSB has sent people to their homes and even threatened, hey, force your sons or whoever to surrender, or else we will do things to you. I know what they're going through, and I know how they've even stated that if Ukraine surrenders, they will not stop fighting. They will keep going. There is a Russian in that unit who lived in Luhansk and believes the same as them.
I have a cousin. He's like not a second. Like, how do you call them? It's like not not a cousin, but like cousin. I'm not sure. Like double cousin, whatever. It's like not close enough.
Second cousin, love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he stayed there in Luhansk region. He was working in a mine, as we have a lot of mines there, and he didn't have a job because Russians came and like there were problems, and basically he couldn't pay like money to his kids because they're separated with his wife, and because he didn't pay like those money, like children whatever money those, they forced him to go and to fight against Ukrainians. But he's Ukrainian, and he was in Ukrainian army before 2014. And on the second day, he decided to blow himself up on something, and he was recovering for like a year and a half. So he was forced to go there. Thank you, and but he decided to injure himself just to be out of the field.
I know of a couple guys that have tried stuff like that as well. Not everyone is willing to fight, but a lot are. Like I said, the guys from the last unit I trained, they are willing to do whatever it takes to see their land come back. A guy that was my interpreter when I was there, he is willing to do whatever it takes to get back to his home in Mariupol. His brother and their family are still there.
It's like these Russians who themselves have injured themselves inside Russia to prevent themselves having to go to war. You know, they're you know, and also, Hannah, I'm not sure if you were here when I was saying it. There are historically as well. There are Germans, and this was World War II. Now there are Germans who shielded people in World War II from Yazidis. So you can't just blanket say everybody's evil because they come from one country.
It's wrong on so many levels. At least just because you cannot say that every single Ukrainian is good. I have a very, not very upsetting story. It touches only one specific individual. I will not even share anything about him. I will just tell you this: I have not a friend, just the guy I met. Generally on the internet. He is from Russia, from the Far East, and right now he's living in America. He fled the country, and he and basically community of his friends, they are organizing and helping a lot for the Ukrainian volunteers, a lot. And one time they got scammed. So it's very ungrateful, it's not very good, and just because of this one specific individual, it's already not 100%, and just because I cannot state and cannot claim by the moral reasons and other reasons that all Ukrainians are, it doesn't mean that you're good if you're Ukrainian. The same goes for the Russians. If they're Russians, it doesn't mean that they're bad. Yeah, a lot of shit happened, a lot of atrocities, war crimes, and a lot of bad stuff the Russians did to us, to Ukrainians. I absolutely agree. A lot of pain, a lot of suffering, a lot of disgusting atrocities, yes. But still, this does not define the person just because he is Russian or not. That's all. Because if you're saying like that, basically, you're just helping them, to justify what they've been doing here for the long time. They just using this one.
Something other like a fairy tale or whatever. It's not about this, but you have to understand that we are people, and there is a psychology behind it. And when you are tired of everything, it's not wrong or right saying something. You can go into details and like, no, this Russian is good because he's doing a lot. This Russian is bad because he's doing this. But there is a psychology. When you're fed up with the situation, when you're fed up with everything, and you go with emotions. And even if I'm going to go outside and ask, what do you think about Russian? A random stranger wouldn't say, oh, I know one good Russian, so he's good, and 99% others, they're bad. No, it's psychology, and I'm fed up.
I will tell you this.
We're saying we agree with you. We understand. You are hurt as well as the rest of the people in Ukraine. And I understand the logic behind it, and so does Pierre. But it's just the...
It's a logical explanation. Yes, I totally understand. But Pierre has also understand that not like, for some people saying all Russians are bad is not wrong.
It plays into the Russian narrative, though. It furthers their propaganda, and it allows them to further dehumanize the Ukrainian people.
We didn't say something bad before 2014.
It's justifying that. Yes, they was talking about that. Look at their interviews. There always was some portion of the population that was talking about that Ukraine is just the, I don't know how to say it, just the rebellious state of Russia. They still, even in the 2000 years, on the interviews, they were talking about Crimea. And of course, it's Russian. It still was there. The radicalized population without any brains is still presented in every single country by whatever reasons, and they support in like any side. It's like a lottery. You cannot guess. The stuff here is the self-determination and the self-discipline, even if it's hard. And Hannah, okay, I understand your pain. I heard your story, but the two things. First of all, you don't know anything about me, and you don't know whom I lost or what happened to me. You don't know this. But even in that particular case, I still cannot say, even when my emotions, they're totally messed up, and I'm, enraged, I'm enraged, towards Putin and Russia and this war and what they're doing. Just the thought that I cannot say that 100% Ukrainians are good, just calms me down in that case. You cannot state in absolute, you cannot make the absolute statement. It's so wrong by thousands of reasons. It's just not good to say that, because by saying that, you, first of all, if it's in the public media, I'm not talking about you or me, or Sam, but we're talking about some larger audience. This works for Russia, definitely works for their propaganda, definitely works for their attempts to justify what they've been doing here, definitely. The second one, the Russians, I cannot call them humans, just the biological mass in form of
Muscovites?
human body, having citizenship of Russian Federation. Yeah, something like that. Muscovite is not an abuse. Katsap, this should be more like an offense.
Oh, Katsap.
So the case here is they will see your pain and they will just play on this one. That's the problem. You don't need to to show yourself vulnerable to them. You will just they will just bring you more pain. That's all. You're angry at them, and you personally decided not to have any relationships with them. If you had I don't know, any friends, you decided to cut them off. Okay, understandable, reasonable. Your opinion respected, but please do not make absolute statements. I have at least two examples which are touched me personally.
Myself, and
where-
I didn't talk about how other people
Yeah.
think. I'm just talking my point of view, and I am right in my point of view. You are right in your point of view. That's it. We are different. Мы різні. And we have different opinions, and that's fine. We are a society. You have this point, I have that point. You explained yourself. I respect your point, and you have to respect mine. You explain to me, okay, but I will still be with my opinion. I totally understand what you're saying, and
I
I'm not talking
understand.
about you and your personal life and what war done to you. No, I'm talking
Yeah,
about my
yeah,
feelings and how I feel. That's
completely
the
agree.
difference.
Can I please join
we respect it. We respect it. But the problem is, I'm not trying, to translate, my opinion here. Like absolute statement. Let's just, like move away, from we are Ukrainians. Yeah, let's just move away. In any way.
No, let's not,
In any
please.
particular case.
Calm down.
Absolute statements are wrong generally. It doesn't matter to when they are made. According to what they're made and in which situations they're made. Absolute statements are just wrong. This is like the general, I don't know, sense, common logic. I don't know. This is like the common knowledge. It's wrong because by definition, absolute statements are wrong. That's all.
Okay, they're wrong, but people
You
believe
just
in wrong.
start in-
People don't believe in wrong.
Yeah.
Like it's okay. I got you. I understand.
Okay. Oh, okay.
All right, we got a few more minutes, and then we gotta end the stream. By the way,
You should not say that.
we got a few more minutes. So, Irene, what's up?
Yeah, hi. I'm also Ukrainian. I live in the United States since fall 2022. So I'm not in the place of events exactly, but my heart is still there, and I understand completely what Hannah is talking about. And like the moment she mentioned the question
Which question?
related to that about good Russians and if that's a thing and if we have the right as Ukrainians to hate all Russians.
You have the right to do whatever you want. No one's stopping you from that. I'm just saying that it's.
Yeah,
Oh God, fuck it. I very often will say. Fuck all Russians. I will very often say that. I regularly see stuff in the news that makes me just think, wow, nuking Moscow would be great. But again, when I come to the logic and the reasoning of it, it's just I understand that Russians are not a monolith, just like Ukrainians are not a monolith. So like when Russia says that all Ukrainians hate Russia, or all Ukrainians are Yahtzees, I know that's not true, because even if it were a majority of the population, you're not a monolith. And I will say that, yes, you can say that stuff in anger, but I think that it's not that's an emotional opinion. It's not a factual based statement. That's my only stance on it. You have the right to say whatever the hell you want, though.
Iran.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, you have the right. You can think whatever you want. You can say even whatever you want, because this
Okay,
is
can I say something
this
right
is
now?
freedom of speech. Yeah, but the price for freedom, the ability to bear the consequences of this one.
You're
Like,
asking a Ukrainian if
every
you
single
hate-
action.
All right. Can I say something like on the matter?
Yeah. What's up?
Exactly. So the question of good Russians is usually raised when Ukrainians are talking about their problems, about what exactly Russians are doing to them, and it's like the answer they very often receive is, "Oh well, that's not all Russians. Not all Russians are like that," and
But we at least said most. We said it's most Russians.
Well, yeah, but usually the rhetoric of good Russians is used against Ukrainians, like to shut them up when they talk about actual
I get that.
problems that Russians create for Ukrainians, and like all the stuff that you explained to Hannah right now. Ukrainians, like I know if I don't know if it's going to be a surprise for you, but like you'll understand that Ukrainians did not start from like hating Russians at the beginning. It's something that came after February 2022 as a defense mechanism of our psychology. And one dude, I have a video of someone saying like that's something that Ukrainians need to protect themselves psychologically, and they have a right for that. And like when you are using the good Russians argument to shut them up, that's a very common practice.
Yeah, that's why we're saying like I understand that I've dealt with that before. Again, I've lived with you. Hang up here. Especially for Pierre, because I'm not a Ukrainian, so you could see that coming from Pierre is a Ukrainian, but he's not saying what we're saying is, again, we're not trying to shut you up. We are even openly acknowledging that most Russians are awful. What?
Sorry to bring this topic.
God damn it.
No,
Iran.
it was
Yeah,
actually
I just wanted to ask. I just wanted to ask Iran. Her guess where I'm from. Iran. Again, please don't twist the words. I'm not using. I don't even recognize this term of good Russians, bad Russians, good Ukrainians, bad. This is bullshit. There is just wrong or right. That's it. Because at the end, if you will disable all of the emotions, all of your ideologies and beliefs, there is still facts. And facts saying that most of the Russians and the actions that Russian Federation as a country doing to Ukraine is wrong. That's okay. But still, there is also the fact backed by, I don't know, and like common logic, common sense, general knowledge, etc., that you cannot make absolute statements. That's it. And I'm not arguing because I'm defending Russians, even my friends there, I'm not defending them. I'm just not agree that absolutism is a good way to go.
Unless you're a
Sith.
Sith.
Emotions, I totally respect and understand and trust me. I generally share some portion of your pain because again, you know nothing of me, but trust me, I know what you're talking about. And still, I think that making absolute statements is wrong, just because every single word, every single action, it doesn't matter, about what you're talking, like, I don't know, weather, war, politics, pizza, or what to eat on dinner, it doesn't matter. The problem is that if you're making an absolute statement, or if you say anything, you need to bear consequences for the word or action that you said or took responsibly. And absolutism usually is when people making statements but not ready to bear the consequences. That's it. And this brings you only pain, suffer, and only, like you just being disappointed in most of the things. It's not right. I understand you.
Just a quick second.
But it's not right.
Якщо я буду думати по-іншому, це не змінить того, що ми живемо в війні, це не змінить того, що наді мною літають ракети, це не змінить того, що в мене немає будинку, що є шахеди, і що ми страждаємо кожного дня. Це ніяк нічого не змінить.
Oh, fuck me, I got lost like 5 words into that.
Правильно, це нічого не змінить, звісно, ти права.
I tried so hard to keep up with that.
Від того, що ти собі скажеш, що типу, окей, добре, 99,9% росіян погані, так, від цього ракети летіти не перестануть. Ми ж не про це кажемо.
Hang on, both relax.
Okay, yeah.
I will live. It's going to be easier for me for my mental health. Can I say that?
Yeah, no one's saying you can't say it. No one's saying you can't say it.
Well,
I'm just saying
that's what you're saying. Like you.
No. I'm saying I'm not saying you can't say it. I'm saying that I disagree with it. That's it. I'm saying I disagree with you saying it.
Yeah.
No one's saying you can't say it. No one's saying you can't believe it. You are entitled to believe whatever you want. I fully understand why you would say that and why you would believe that, especially after what most of the people from the East have been through. I'm just saying I disagree with it and that it can help further and prove Russian propaganda. That's it.
And we're actually really thankful for your help and for everything you've been done so far for Ukraine. You are
actually.
really amazing.
Thank you. Yeah. Hang on. Let me.
Nobody's saying you can't say. This is the very weird concept. You cannot do anything. And this is a very weird concept. There is nothing that
We can all agree on this at least.
Just disagree. By my opinion.
My
it's
toilet
not
paper.
right. Yep. You're missing some. You're missing some letters. To make it more. More clear.
He will learn Ukrainian alphabet and he'll put by himself.
But still, yes.
I tried to do it, dude. It's awful. I tried having my interpreter teach me, and I tried having I tried learning with Duolingo. It did not go well.
Okay, let's do like this. I'll teach you Ukrainian and you'll teach me English grammar.
Oh fuck. Sure. Shoot me a message. We'll see how that works out. But yeah. Again, before I close this up, if anyone does want to help with the 3D printing stuff for Ukraine, remember, you don't have to donate me money. I've got the links in my link tree in my bio, but you don't have to. I don't usually like taking cash, but you can donate me through the Amazon wishlist link. 3D printer filament to make training landmines like this. These are training landmines that help with training guys who are going to the front line with landmine identification and defusal. All kinds of different kinds. They are visually accurate, and they even have stuff where you can set them off, where they give an audio cue and a visual cue where they puff up with a CO2 tank. I 3D model all of these by myself. I do the measurements. I sit here for hours and do them. Then I sit there for hours and print them. If you guys do want to participate in that, again, go to my link tree. There's an Amazon wishlist link in my bio to send me a roll of 3D printer filament. It goes straight onto the printer as soon as it gets here, and then I document everything when I can, as long as TikTok doesn't take it down for weapons. Cloud Ether, what in the fuck have you been going on about in the comments? I've had like 5 messages of you just rambling on about nonsensical conspiracy theories for like the last hour. Jesus Christ, dude.
Sam, just for sake of your stream and safety of your account, I will make for TikTok, harder to recognize that element, that item that you're shown as a weapon by saying that statistically you can kill a person with a spoon.
There is a confirmed MRE spoon kill. No, this is again, these are training dummies though.
Yeah.
It is what it is. So everyone have a good day. I should be live again tonight. I hope that everyone, wherever they are, is safe. Everyone in Ukraine, please stay safe. Check on your family. If you guys are using your batteries to get on TikTok and you don't have electricity, please don't. Please save your electricity and your energy on your phone for when you need it, just in case. You guys are in Israel. Stay safe as well. Everyone have a good night.
Thanks, Sam. Take care.
Bye-bye. And bye-bye to everyone in YouTube, Twitch, and